The session is called to order. Please rise for the singing of the Philippine National Anthem.
Bayang magiliw, perlas ng silanganan, alam ng puso, sa titik mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, duyan ka ng magiging, sa manlulupi, di ka pasisilil, sa dagat at bundok, sa simoy at sa langit mong baghang, may nilang ang tula at awit sa paglayang minamahal. Ang kislap ng watawat mo'y tagumpay na nagdidinig, ang bituin at araw niya kailan pa may magdidilim. Lupa ng araw ng maraming pagsinta, buhay ay langit sa piling mo. Aming ligaya na pag may mga api, at mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
Please remain standing for a minute of silent prayer. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to call the roll of members.
The Secretary General is directed to call the roll of members.
Roll call of members. Honorable Representatives. Abalos. Abante. Abunda. Acharon. Asidre. Acop. Adyong. Advincula. Agaraw. Alba. Albano. Almario. Almonte. Alonte. Alvarez Jose. Alvarez Mercedes. Alvarez Pantaleon. Amante. Amatong. Angara. Aquino. Aquino Magsaysay. Arbison. Arenas. Arrogancia. Asistio. Ataide. Aumentado. Balindong. Barba. Barbers. Baronda. Barzaga. Baskug. Bautista. Bautista Lim. Benitez. Bernos. Biliones. Biron. Bolilia. Bondok, Bonggalon, Bordado, Bosita, Briones, Brosas, Buhain, Bulot Begtang, Bustos, Cabredo, Cagas, Kahayon Uy, Calderon, Calixto, Campos, Kawagdan, Cardema, Cari, Castro Franz, Castro Jean, Celeste, Chan, Chato, Chua, Chunggalaw, Ko Angelica Natasha, Ko Elizaldi, Ko Pilar, Ko Juanco Jaime, Ko Juanco Mark, Colada, Coliantes, Corvera, Cruz Ambrosio, Cruz Ricardo, Cuwa, Quaresma, Dagoo, Dalipe, Dalog, Dayang Hirang, Daza, De Jesus, De Venecia, Defensor, Del Mar, De Los Santos, Dimaporo Muhammad Khalid, Dimaporo City Amina, Dionisio, Domingo, Duavit, Duhali, Duterte, D. Faustino Ino, D. Faustino Michael, D. Ian Paul, Ecleo, Emano, Enciso, Enverga, Escudero, Espares, Espina, Estrella, Yudela, Farinas, Fernandez, Ferrer Antonio, Ferrer Juliet Marie, Flores, Fortes, Frasco, Fresnedi, Fuentebella, Galeos, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dante, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo Jan, Garcia Vincent, Guardiola, Garin, Gasataya, Gatchalian, Gato, Go Ed Christopher, Go Mark, Goles, Gomez, Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio, Gonzales Neptali, Gonzales Sandro, Goriseta, Guico, Gintu, Gulyas, Gutierrez, Hagidorn, Haresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera, Horibata, Javier, Ko Olga Ara, Ko Ricardo, Ko Wilton, Konghun, Labad-Labad, Lacson, Lacson Noel, Lagman, Lagon Daphne, Lagon Sani, Lara, Lazatin, Lee, Legarda, Libanan, Limkaychong, Loyola, Luistro, Lumayag, Makapagal Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Magsino, Malapitan, Mangawang, Maniquis, Manuel, Marañon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Mariano Hernandez, Marinho, Marquez, Martinez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Mercado Revilla, Miguel, Momo, Morden, Nava, Nisay, Noel, Nograles Juan Fidel, Nograles Margarita, Nolasco, Uwaminal, Olaso, Olivares, Ongchuan, Ordanes, Ortega, Uwano Dizon, Padiernos, Paduano, Paglas, Palma, Panaligan, Pancho, Panotes, Pascual, Peña, Pimentel, Plaza, Pleito, Primicia Sagabas, Pumaren, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Recto, Regencia, Revilla Brian, Revilla Ramonjolo, Reyes, Rilio, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez Eulogio, Rodriguez Rufus, Roman, Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez Yeda Marie, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sakdalan, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Sally, Salimbangon, Salo, Salvame, Santos, Saulug, Silverio, Singson Richel, Singson Ronald, Singson Mihan, Solon, Soriano, Suwan, Swansing Horacio, Swansing Micaela Angela, Suarez, Talyado, Tamayo, Tambunting, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith Micah, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Chay, Tan Huatco, Tariela, Teodoro, Teves Arnolfo, Teves Jose, Tiangco, Tieng, Tolentino, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Ralph Wendell, Tupas, Tutor, T, Umali, Unabia, Ungab, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso Tuazon, Vergara, Versosa, Villa, Villafuerte Luis Raymond, Villafuerte Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Villaraza Suarez, Villarica, Violago, Yap Christiantel, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, Yu Divina Grace, Yu Jazel Victoria, Yulo, Zamora Amparo Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria, Zubiri. Mr. Speaker, the roll call shows that 311 members responded to the call.
With 311 members responding to the call, the chair declares the presence of a quorum. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we now proceed with the reference of business and request that the Secretary General be directed to read the titles of bills and resolutions on first reading and committee reports.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of bills and resolutions on first reading, as well as communications and committee reports for referral to the appropriate committees.
Reference of business. Bills on first reading. House Bill 6631, establishing a nursing scholarship and return service program for the serving students by Representative Reyes.
To the Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill 6632, establishing a Level 1 General Hospital with a 10-bed capacity in Divilacan, Isabela, to be known as the Divilacan General Hospital, placing under the direct supervision and control of DOH by Representative Albano.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 6633, nationalizing the Governor Faustino N. D. Sr. Memorial Hospital in the city of Ilagan, Isabela, placing under the direct supervision and control of DOH, increasing its bed capacity to 300 beds by Representative Albano.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 6634, adopting community service, restitution, reparation, or indemnification, fine, destierro, house arrest, and other restorative justice measures and processes, including compliance to attached conditions such as counseling, institutional or non-institutional rehabilitation as alternatives to imprisonment by Representative Rodriguez Rufus.
To the Committee on Justice.
House Bill 6635, amending Section 6 of the new Central Bank Act by Representative Rodriguez Rufus.
To the Committee on Banks and Financial Intermediaries.
House Bill 6636, strengthening the roles and functions of the Philippine Economic Zone Authority, PEZA, by Representative Rodriguez Rufus.
To the Committee on Economic Affairs and the Committee on Trade and Industry.
House Bill 6637, amending RA number 553, an act to exempt the publisher, editor, or reporter of any publication from revealing the source of published news or information obtained in confidence by Representative Rodriguez Rufus.
To the Committee on Public Information.
House Bill 6638, providing for the establishment of barangay drugstores, otherwise known as Butika sa Barangay, by Representative Rodriguez Rufus.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 6639, mandating higher education institutions and technical vocation institutions to ensure the safety and security of the academic community from internal and external threats thereby creating a crime prevention committee by Representative Rodriguez Rufus.
to the Committee on Higher and Technical Education,
House Bill 6640, establishing a civil service code of the Philippines by Representative Rodriguez Rufus.
to the Committee on Civil Service and Professional Regulation,
House Bill 6641, providing for a free and culture-sensitive civil registration system for indigenous peoples by Representative Rodriguez Rufus.
to the Committee on Indigenous Cultural Communities and Indigenous Peoples,
House Bill 6642, the Investments and Incentives Code of the Philippines by Representative Rodriguez Rufus.
to the Committee on Trade and Industry,
House Bill 6643, providing guidelines on the establishment and operation of local universities and colleges by Representative Rodriguez Rufus.
to the Committee on Higher and Technical Education,
House Bill 6644, providing government assistance to madrasa educational system by Representative Rodriguez Rufus.
to the Committee on Basic Education and Culture,
House Bill 6645, defining the rights and duties of entrepreneurs, the commitments of the state in providing a business-friendly environment, creating the Presidential Commission for Business Concerns by Representative Rodriguez Rufus.
to the Committee on Trade and Industry,
House Bill 6646, providing for a Magna Carta for probation and parole workers by Representative Rodriguez Rufus.
to the Committee on Justice,
House Bill 6647, instituting the Magna Carta of daycare workers by Representative Rodriguez Rufus.
to the Committee on Welfare of Children,
House Bill 6648, providing for motorcycle lanes on all main roads and highways throughout the country by Representative Rodriguez Rufus.
to the Committee on Transportation,
House Bill 6649, creating the National Agrarian Reform Adjudication Commission by Representative Rodriguez Rufus.
to the Committee on Agrarian Reform,
House Bill 6650, establishing the Philippine Higher Education Career System by Representative Rodriguez Rufus.
to the Committee on Higher and Technical Education,
House Bill 6651, providing for a general reapportionment of the legislative districts of the Philippines pursuant to the 2017 census by Representative Rodriguez Rufus.
to the Committee on Local Government,
House Bill 6652, requiring mining firms to reforest lands that they have excavated and forests that they have denuded, providing penalties and violations thereof by Representative Rodriguez Rufus.
to the Committee on Natural Resources,
House Bill 6653, adopting a retail price maintenance and uniform discounting scheme in book trade with the end view of ensuring affordable, accessible, and quality-laden textbooks and other related educational materials to be used by private and public schools by Representative Rodriguez Rufus.
to the Committee on Basic Education and Culture,
House Bill 6654, establishing quality standards for mineral, carbonated, and other bottled water by Representative Rodriguez Rufus.
to the Committee on Trade and Industry,
House Bill 6655, strengthening the witness protection, security, and benefit program by Representative Rodriguez Rufus.
to the Committee on Justice,
House Bill 6656, establishing multidisciplinary research centers regarding women's health and disease prevention and conducting a research program on hormone disruption by Representative Rodriguez Rufus.
to the Committee on Health,
House Bill 6657, establishing a satellite specialty hospital in the city of Iloilo by Representative Baronda.
to the Committee on Health,
House Bill 6658, providing for a hybrid election system through manual voting and counting and electronic transmission and canvassing of results in the national, local, and armed elections by Representative Villaferte Luis Raymond.
to the Committee on Suffrage and Electoral Reforms,
House Bill 6659, declaring September 11 of every year a special non-working holiday in Ilocos Norte in commemoration of the birth anniversary of former President Ferdinand Edralin Marcos, to be known as President Ferdinand Edralin Marcos Day by Representative Barba.
to the Committee on Local Government,
House Bill 6662, prohibiting the production, importation, sale, provision, and use of single-use plastics by Representatives Manuel, Castro Franz, and Brosas.
to the Committee on Ecology,
House Bill 6666, establishing specialty centers in hospitals under the direct supervision and control of DOH by Representative Gato.
to the Committee on Health,
House Bill 6667, providing for the development of a national defense industry and granting incentives to enterprises engaged in defense industry in order to enhance a self-reliant defense posture for the Philippines by Representative Panaligan.
to the Committee on National Defense and Security,
House Bill 6672, amending Section 11E of the National Commission on Muslim Filipinos Act of 2009 by Representative Dimaporo City Amina.
to the Committee on Muslim Affairs,
House Bill 6673, declaring June 6 of every year a special non-working holiday in Zamboanga del Norte to be known as Araw ng Zamboanga del Norte in commemoration of its founding anniversary by Representative Amatong.
to the Committee on Local Government,
House Bill 6674, the Youth Empowerment Support Yes Law, or an act strengthening the leadership and nation building of the Filipino youth by Representatives Suarez and Villarasa Suarez.
to the Committee on Youth and Sports Development,
House Bill 6675, the NAS Plus Bill, or an act expanding the National Academy of Sports Campus in Visayas and Mindanao by Representatives Suarez and Villarasa Suarez.
to the Committee on Basic Education and Culture and the Committee on Youth and Sports Development,
House Bill 6676, mandating the full conversion and maintenance of Roman Superhighway in Bataan as an all-weather road by Representative Garcia Albert.
to the Committee on Public Works and Highways,
House Bill 6677, declaring the water surrounding Panaon Island in southern Leyte a protected area with a category of protected seascape under the National Integrated Protected Area System to be referred to as the Panaon Island Protected Seascape by Representative Yap Christopherson.
to the Committee on Natural Resources,
House Bill 6678, granting Philippine citizenship to Bulls Shimishu Ashurian by Representative Matrona.
to the Committee on Justice,
House Bill 6679, to protect marine mammals and ensure their survival for the benefit of future generations by Representatives Manuel, Brosas, and Castro Franz.
to the Committee on Natural Resources,
House Bill 6681, regulating the debt collection practices of debt collectors to protect borrowers from abuses, harassment, unfair treatment, and misrepresentations by Representatives Duterte, Yap Eric, Yap Edvic, and Soriano.
to the Committee on Banks and Financial Intermediaries,
House Bill 6682, granting lifetime validity of Philippine passports issued to senior citizens elderly by Representatives Duterte, Yap Eric, Yap Edvic, and Soriano.
to the Committee on Foreign Affairs,
House Bill 6684, expanding the Research Institute for Tropical Medicine by Representative Reyes.
to the Committee on Health,
House Bill 6685, granting bereavement leave of 10 days with full pay to all employees in the private and public sectors by Representatives Yap Edvic, Tulfo Jocelyn, Soriano, and Tulfo Ralph Wendell.
to the Committee on Labor and Employment and the Committee on Civil Service and Professional Regulation,
House Bill 6686, instituting a comprehensive national care plan to encourage cooperation, accountability, and research for the education and support of persons with autism by Representatives Yap Edvic, Tulfo Jocelyn, Soriano, and Tulfo Ralph Wendell.
to the Committee on Health,
House Bill numbers 6689 and 6690, establishing certain multi-species marine breeding farm and hatcheries in Agusan del Norte by Representative Corvera.
to the Committee on Aquaculture and Fisheries Resources,
House Bill 6691, declaring February 11 of every year as a special non-working holiday in Ibaan, Batangas in celebration of its founding anniversary by Representative Bolilla.
to the Committee on Local Government,
House Bill 6692, establishing the mandatory contribution to the National Endowment Fund for Culture and Arts by private entities engaging the services of foreign personalities as endorsers by Representative Tanhuatco.
to the Committee on Basic Education and Culture,
House Bill 6693, granting additional benefits to the recipients of senior citizen social pension through an annual year-end bonus by Representative Vargas.
to the Special Committee on Senior Citizens,
House Bill 6698, constituting a constitutional convention to amend the 1987 Philippine Constitution, defining qualification for its delegates by Representative Abante.
to the Committee on Constitutional Amendments,
Resolutions. House Resolution 4649, congratulating and applauding all Filipino delegates and awardees on their outstanding performance in the 2022 International Practical Shooting Confederation competition IPSC Handgun World Shoot 19 held in Pattaya, Thailand by Representative Miguel.
To the Committee on Youth and Sports Development.
House Resolution 651, expressing profound congratulations to Sofia Frank for winning the Asian Open Figure Skating Championships by Representative Olivares.
To the Committee on Youth and Sports Development.
House Resolution 652, expressing profound congratulations to Heidelin Diaz for winning all 3 gold medals in the 2022 World Weightlifting Championships by Representative Olivares.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 653, expressing profound congratulations to Ms. Dali De Leon for winning the Los Angeles Critics Awards Best Supporting Actress for her role as toilet manager in Triangle of Sadness and for being the first Filipino to be nominated for Golden Globe Best Supporting Actress for the same role by Representative Olivares.
To the Special Committee on Creative Industry and Performing Arts.
Message from the President. Message dated 9 December 2022 of President Ferdinand Romualdez Marcos Jr. to the House Speaker Ferdinand Martin G. Romualdez, certifying to the necessity of the immediate enactment of House Bill 6517.
To the Committee on Rules.
Committee reports. Committee report numbers 253 and 254 submitted by the Committee on Public Works and Highways on House Bill numbers 6688 and 6694 respectively. Committee report numbers 255, 256, 257, 258, and 259 submitted by the Committee on Basic Education and Culture and the Committee on Appropriations on House Bill number 6695, 6696, 6697, 6699, and 6700 respectively, and Committee report number 260 submitted by the Committee on Higher and Technical Education, the Committee on Appropriations, and the Committee on Ways and Means on House Bill number 6704.
The aforementioned committee reports are referred to the Committee on Rules. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we resume consideration of House Bill number 6687 under Committee Report number 252, and for this purpose, may I ask that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bill number 6687.
House Bill Number 6687, an act instituting a National Citizen Service Training Program in all public and private tertiary education institutions, repealing for the purpose Republic Act Number 9163, otherwise known as the National Service Training Program Act, and appropriating funds therefore.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the parliamentary status of the bill is that the period of amendments has been terminated. I move that we vote on second reading the said bill.
Is there any objection? There is a motion to vote on second reading. House Bill number 6687. As many as are in favor, say aye. As many as are against, say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill number 6687 is hereby approved. Thank you. Majority Leader,
Mr. Speaker, I move for a 1-minute suspension.
session is suspended.
Parang workout lang yung arrange. Sinauna, magamit. It's,
Session is resumed.
Mr. Speaker, there being no other members who wishes to interpolate on House Bill number 6608, I move that we close the period of sponsorship and debate on House Bill 6608. So move, Mr. Speaker.
There is a motion to close the period of sponsorship and debate on House Bill 6608. Is there any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved.
Mr.
Majority
Speaker, I
Leader.
move that we proceed with the period of amendments.
There's a motion to proceed with the period of amendments. Is there any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no committee amendments, I move that we proceed with the individual amendments.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, we proceed with the individual amendments. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize Representative Franz Castro of ACT Teachers Party List for her individual amendment.
Sa,
Mr. Speaker, I withdraw my previous motion to recognize Representative Castro and instead please recognize Honorable Mark Go from the province of Baguio.
the Honorable
For his
Marco
amendment.
from the Lone District of Baguio City is recognized for his amendments.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, Madam Majority Leader. Here are my proposed amendments. In Section 18, page 8, line 18, under letter E, delete the number 7 and insert number 6.
What does the sponsor say? The chairman of the sponsoring committee, the Honorable Tieng.
We accept, Mr. Speaker.
What does the majority leader say on the proposal?
Mr. Speaker, I move that we adopt the amendments proposed and accepted.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none, the amendment is accepted.
In
Majority
the
leader.
same section and page, line 20, under letter F, delete 4 and insert 5. After the phrase private sector, insert the academe, business sector, and investment sector.
What does the sponsor say on the amendment? The chairperson of the sponsoring committee, the Honorable Erwin Cheng.
Mr. Speaker, we accept.
What does the majority leader say?
Mr. Speaker, I move that we adopt the amendments proposed and accepted.
Is there any objection? Chair is none, the amendment is adopted. Majority leader. The Honorable Go is recognized. Please proceed, Your Honor.
In section 25, page 11, line 36, replace the Treasurer of the Philippines with 2 members from the private sector, the President of the Philippine Stock Exchange, and the President of the Philippine or the Bankers Association of the Philippines.
What does the chairman of the sponsoring committee say on the proposed
Mr.
amendment?
Speaker, we accept the amendment.
Madam Majority Leader,
Mr. Speaker, I move that we adopt the amendments proposed and accepted.
there is a motion to adopt the amendment. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the amendment is adopted. Majority Leader,
Mr. Speaker, I move that we suspend session for a few minutes.
session is suspended.
Si ano muna?
Session is resumed.
Yes,
Majority Leader, the chair recognized the Honorable Marco from the Lone District of Baguio City.
last amendment, Mr. Speaker, in section 34, page 14, line 15, after provided that, insert in lieu of taxes and dividend remittance to the national government.
What does the sponsor say, or the chairman of the sponsoring committee say to the proposed amendment?
We accept the amendment, Mr. Speaker.
What does the majority
Mr.
leader
Speaker,
say?
I move that we adopt the proposed amendment
There is a
accepted by the
motion
sponsor.
to adopt the proposed individual amendment. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion to amend is hereby adopted.
Thank you.
Majority Leader,
Mr. Speaker, I move for a 1-minute suspension.
session is suspended. Session is resumed.
Mr. Speaker,
Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize Representative Stella Kimbo from the 2nd District of Marikina for her individual amendments.
The Honorable Stella Kimbo from Marikina, the lady from Marikina, is recognized for her individual amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In section 14 on page 7, line 28, before the phrase, "the Board of Directors," insert the following. In the formulation of its investment policies, the Board of Directors shall be guided by the principle that priority must be given to investing in government infrastructure and other developmental projects which would yield the highest return on investment, coupled with the developmental impact of lower cost of living and lower cost of basic commodities.
What does the chairman of the sponsoring committee say about the proposed amendment?
We accept, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader,
Mr. Speaker, the majority accepts the amendment.
there is a proposed motion to adopt the individual amendment. Is there any objection? The chair is done. The motion is approved. Majority Leader,
Mr.
the Honorable
Speaker,
Kimbo, the lady from Marikina, is recognized.
yes, just one more. On section 11, page 5, delete lines 20 to 22.
What does the chairman of the sponsoring committee say on the proposed amendment?
We accept, Mr. Speaker.
What does the majority leader say on the proposed
Mr. Speaker,
amendment?
the majority accepts the proposed amendment.
Right?
Is there any objection from the body? The chair is done. Motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader,
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize the Honorable Margarita Ignacia Nograles from Party List PBA for his individual amendment.
the Honorable Margarita Nograles is recognized for her individual amendment.
Mr. Speaker, I move that on page 16, lines 16 to 23, we delete the whole penalty clause. In lieu thereof, insert the following and renumber the succeeding sections and articles accordingly. Article 11, Offenses and Penalties. Section 44, Violation of Disqualification Provisions and Penalties. When, despite the knowledge of the existence of a ground for disqualifications as provided in Section 18 and 21 of this Act, a director or officer willfully holds office or willfully conceals such disqualification, such director, trustee, or officer shall be punished with a fine ranging from 10,000 pesos to 200,000 pesos at the discretion of the court and shall be permanently disqualified from being a director or officer of the board. When the violation of this provision is injurious or detrimental to the public, the penalty shall be a fine ranging from 20,000 pesos to 400,000 pesos. Section 45, Internal Auditor Collusion and Penalties. An independent internal auditor who, in collusion with the corporations, with the fund's directors or representatives, certifies that the financial statements, despite its incompleteness or inaccuracy, its failure to give a fair and accurate presentation of the condition, or despite containing false or misleading statements, shall be punished with a fine ranging from 80,000 pesos to 500,000 pesos. When the statement or report certified is fraudulent or had the effect of causing injury to the general public, the auditor or responsible officers may be punished with a fine ranging from 100,000 pesos to 600,000 pesos. Section 46, Acting as Intermediaries for Graft and Corrupt Practices, Penalties. A corporation used for fraud or for committing or concealing graft and corrupt practices as defined under pertinent statute shall be liable for a fine ranging from 100,000 pesos to 5 million pesos. When there is a finding that any of its directors, officers, employees, agents, or representatives are engaged in graft and corrupt practices, the board's failure to install safeguards, A, safeguards for the transparent and lawful delivery of services, and B, policies, code of ethics, and procedures against graft and corruption shall be prima facie evidence of corporate liability under this section. Section 47, engaging intermediaries for graft and corrupt practices, penalties. A corporation that appoints an intermediary who engages in graft and corrupt practices for the corporation's benefit or interest shall be punished with a fine ranging from 100,000 pesos to 1 million pesos. Section 48, tolerating graft and corrupt practices, penalties. A director or officer who knowingly fails to sanction, report, or file the appropriate action with the proper agencies, allows or tolerates graft or corrupt practices or fraudulent acts committed by the board's directors, officers, or employees shall be punished with a fine ranging from 500,000 pesos to 1 million pesos. Section 49, retaliation against whistleblowers. A whistleblower refers to any person who provides truthful information relating to the commission or possible commission of any offense or violation under this act. Any person who knowingly and with the intent to retaliate commits acts detrimental to a whistleblower, such as interfering with the lawful employment or livelihood of the whistleblower, shall, at the discretion of the court, be punished with a fine ranging from 100,000 pesos to 1 million pesos. Section 50, other violations of the Act, separate liability. Violations of any of the other provisions of this Act or its amendments not otherwise specifically penalized shall be imprisonment of not less than 6 years but not more than 20 years, and by a fine of not less than 1 million pesos to 3 million pesos but not more than twice the value of the monetary instrument or property involved in the offense. Section 51, prescription of offenses. All acts punishable under this Act shall prescribe in 15 years.
What does the chairman of the sponsoring committee say on the proposed individual amendment?
We accept, Mr. Speaker.
What does the majority leader say on the proposed individual amendment?
Mr. Speaker, we join the sponsor in accepting the amendments.
Is there any objection from the body? The chair hears none. The proposed individual amendment is hereby adopted.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Majority leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Micaela Angela B. Swansing for her individual amendment.
The Honorable Micaela Swansing is recognized for her amendment, individual amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Before I move to the individual amendments, we would like to make a manifestation upon the request of the Representative Franz Castro and Representative Bernadette Herrera to be deleted as co-authors of the said measure.
Duly noted.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. For the amendments, in Section 2, page 1, line 4, after the word investments, insert foster technological transformation.
What does the chairman of the sponsoring committee say on the proposed amendment?
We accept, Mr. Speaker.
What does the majority leader say on the proposed amendment?
Mr. Speaker, we join the sponsor in accepting the amendment.
Is there any objection to the proposed individual amendment from the body? Chair hears none. Motion is approved. The Honorable Swansing may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For the second proposed amendment, in Section 3, page 2, lines 20 to 23, after founding GFIs, delete Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas. After PAGCOR, insert declared dividends of the Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas or BSP.
What does the chairman of the sponsoring committee say on the proposed amendment?
We accept, Mr. Speaker.
Majority leader, Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker, we join the sponsor in accepting the amendment.
Is there any objection from the floor on the proposed individual amendment? Chair is done. Motion is approved. The Honorable Swansing may proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The third proposed amendment in Section 4, page 3, line 4, after government, delete the BSP and insert from the declared dividends of the BSP.
What does the chairman of the sponsoring committee say on the proposed individual amendment?
We accept, Mr. Speaker.
Majority leader.
Mr. Speaker, we join the sponsor in accepting the amendment.
Is there any objection from the floor on the proposed individual amendment? Chair is none. Motion is approved. The Honorable Swansing.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The fourth proposed individual amendment in Section 6, page 3, line 16, delete to generate consistent and stable investment returns with appropriate risk limits, and insert to promote economic development by making strategic and profitable investments in key sectors.
What does the chairman of the sponsoring committee say on the proposed amendment?
We accept, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader,
Mr. Speaker, we join the sponsor in accepting the amendment.
is there any objection from the floor on the proposed individual amendment? Hearing none, motion is approved. You may proceed, Honorable Swansing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The fifth proposed amendment in Section 7, page 3, line 36, after the period, add, in addition to the codes of ethical standards and proper conduct that the board shall establish, the corporation shall abide by the fit and proper rule under the implementing rules and regulations of Republic Act Number 2629 or the Investment Company Act, ethical standards under the Securities Regulation Code, and ethical standards set by the International Organization of Securities Commissions, or IOSCO, and other significant international organizations of investment entities.
What does the chairman of the sponsoring committee say on the proposed amendment?
We accept, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader,
Mr. Speaker, we join the sponsor in accepting the amendment.
is there any objection on the floor on the proposed individual amendment? The chair is done. Motion is approved. The Honorable Swansing may proceed.
Mr. Speaker, for the sixth proposed amendment, in the same section, add a third paragraph. The provisions of Republic Act Number 8799 or Securities Regulation Code, Republic Act Number 8791 or the General Banking Law, Republic Act Number 2629 or the Investment Company Act, their respective implementing rules and regulations, and other relevant laws, rules, regulations, and issuances by regulating authorities governing transactions with and among directors, officers, stockholders, and related interests shall apply to the MIC.
What does the chairman of the sponsoring committee say on the proposed individual amendment?
We accept, Mr. Speaker.
What does the majority leader say on the proposed amendment?
Mr. Speaker, we join the sponsor in accepting the amendment.
Is there any objection on the floor on the proposed individual amendment? The chair is done. Motion is approved. The Honorable Swansing.
Mr. Speaker, the seventh proposed amendment in Section 11, page 4, line 34 to 36, delete number 4, BSP, 100% of dividends to be declared based on income from the preceding year of the effectivity of the Act as computed under Republic Act Number 11211.
The Honorable Chairman of the sponsoring committee, what do you say on the proposed amendment?
We accept, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader,
Mr. Speaker, we join the sponsor in accepting the amendment.
is there any objection on the floor on the proposed individual amendment? Hearing none, motion is approved. Honorable Swansing may proceed.
Mr. Speaker, the eighth proposed amendment in the same section and page, line 41, delete ensure and insert promote.
The sponsoring committee chairman,
We accept, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader,
Mr. Speaker, we join the sponsor in accepting the amendment.
is there any objection from the floor on the proposed individual amendment? Hearing none, the motion is approved. The Honorable Swansing, you may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The ninth proposed amendment in same section and page 4, line 46, after NG, insert provided further that all other instruments of MIC shall be subject to laws, rules, and regulations on the contracting of debt and issuance of guarantees by GFIs.
What has the chairman on the
We accept,
sponsoring committee say?
we accept, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader,
Mr. Sponsor, we join the sponsor in accepting the amendment.
is there any objection from the body on the proposed individual amendment? Chair hears none, motion is approved. The Honorable Swan Singh is recognized to proceed.
Mr. Speaker, for the 10th proposed amendment, in the same section, page 5, line 11, after 1, replace "for the second fiscal year" with "for the first and second fiscal year." In the same section, page 5, line 29, under subsection 3, before borrowings, delete "public" and insert "by the MIF." In the same section, page 5, line 33, after NG, insert "the condition of the investing GFIs, GOCCs, and other government entities in relation to their exposure to the fund."
What does the chairman of the sponsoring committee say on the proposed amendment?
We accept, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Majority Leader,
Mr. Speaker, we join the sponsor in accepting the amendment.
is there any objection from the body on the proposed individual amendment? Chair hears none. Motion is approved. The Honorable Swan Singh.
Mr. Speaker, for this 11th proposed amendment, in section 12, page 5, line 40, insert the proviso provided that the Board of Directors shall set annual targets to reduce operating and administrative expenses as a share of funds managed. Provided further that the Secretary of Finance may reduce the allowed expense ratio.
What has the chairman of the sponsoring committee say on the proposed amendment?
We accept, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader,
Mr. Speaker, we join the sponsor in accepting the amendment.
is there any objection from the floor on the proposed individual amendment? Chair hears none. Motion is approved. The Honorable Swan Singh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For the 12th proposed amendment, in section 19, page 8, insert Q, to constitute an audit committee which shall recommend to the board and to shareholders during the annual shareholders meeting the engagement of an external auditor and oversee the internal and external audits managed under this act, and renumber the succeeding subsection accordingly.
What has the chairman on the proposed, what does chairman of the sponsoring committee say on the proposed individual amendment?
We accept, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader,
Mr. Speaker, we join the sponsor in accepting the amendment.
is there any objection from the body on the proposed individual amendment? Hearing none, motion is approved. The Honorable Swan Singh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The 13th proposed amendment in section 27, page 12, line 11, delete Board of Directors.
The chairman of the sponsoring committee,
We accept, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader,
Mr. Speaker, we join the sponsor in accepting the amendment.
is there any objection from the floor on the proposed amendment? Chair hears none, motion is approved. The Honorable Swan Singh.
Mr. Speaker, for the 14th proposed amendment, in section 31, page 13, line 24, before the word selection, insert competitive, and after the word process, insert and guidelines.
What does the chairman of the sponsoring committee say on the proposed amendment?
We accept, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader,
Mr. Speaker, we join the sponsor in accepting the amendment.
is there any objection from the floor on the proposed amendment? Hearing none, motion is approved. Honorable Swan Singh.
Mr. Speaker, for the 15th proposed amendment, in section 33, page 13, line 37 to 40, on designation and secondment, delete the entire first paragraph and insert the following paragraph to read as follows. For the first 5 years of its operations, the MIC Board, upon the recommendation of the CEO, authorized GFI non-executive personnel to the MIC as may be necessary, subject to existing guidelines on secondment of the Civil Service Commission or CSC.
What does the chairman of the sponsoring committee say on the proposed individual amendment?
We accept, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader,
Mr. Speaker, we join the sponsor in accepting the amendment.
is there any objection on the proposed individual amendment? The chair hears none, motion is approved. Honorable Swan Singh.
Mr. Speaker, for the 16th proposed amendment, in section 34, page 14, after the word projects, Add, provided further that the share of the net profits remitted to the national government shall not exceed the proportion of investments to the total fund attributable to the national government.
The Honorable Chairman of the Sponsoring Committee, what does he say on the proposed amendment?
We accept, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Majority Leader,
Mr. Speaker, we join the sponsor in accepting the amendment.
is there any objection from the floor on the proposed amendment? Hearing none, motion is approved. The Honorable Sonsing.
Mr. Speaker, for the 17th proposed amendment, in Section 35, page 14, line 19 to 23, delete, following the end of each calendar year, the MIC shall determine its net profits or losses. Notwithstanding any provision to the contrary, the net profit of the MIC shall be determined after allowing for expenses of operation, adequate allowances for impairment of assets, depreciation in assets, and such allowances and provisions for contingencies.
What does the Chairman of the Sponsoring Committee say on the proposed amendment?
We accept, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader,
Mr. Speaker, we join the sponsor in accepting the amendment.
is there any objection from the floor on the proposed amendment? Chair is none, motion is approved. The Honorable Sonsing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For the 18th proposed amendment, in Section 38, page 15, line 6, under subsection A, delete be engaged for a term of 3 years and insert be engaged annually.
The Chairman of the Sponsoring Committee,
We accept, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader,
Mr. Speaker, we join the sponsor in accepting the amendment.
is there any objection on the floor to the proposed individual amendment? Chair is none, motion is approved. Honorable Sonsing.
Mr. Speaker, for the 19th proposed amendment, in Section 42, page 16, line 4 to 5, delete the Securities and Exchange Commission shall issue guidelines that require of the MIC disclosures in parity with those required of companies listed in the Philippine Stock Exchange.
What does the Chairman of the Sponsoring Committee say on the proposed amendment?
We accept, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader,
Mr. Speaker, we join the sponsor in accepting the amendment.
is there any objection from the floor on the proposed individual amendment? The Chair is none, motion is approved. Honorable Sonsing.
Mr. Speaker, for the 20th proposed amendment, under Article 10, insert a new section, Section 20, Compliance with Santiago Principles. The audits required under this article shall include an assessment of the implementation of the Santiago Principles and recommendations to improve compliance with such principles.
What does the Chairman of the Sponsoring Committee say on the proposed amendment?
We accept, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader,
Mr. Speaker, we join the sponsor in accepting the amendment.
is there any objection to the proposed individual amendment? Chair is none, motion is approved. The Honorable Sonsing.
And finally, Mr. Speaker, the 21st amendment on Section 11, page 5, lines 34 to 35, delete the phrase, upon such determination, the foregoing contributions shall accrue and be remitted to the National Treasury.
What does the Chairman of the Sponsoring Committee say on the proposed individual amendment?
We accept, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader,
Mr. Speaker, we join the sponsor in accepting the amendment.
is there any objection from the floor on the proposed individual amendment? The Chair is none, the motion is approved.
Thank you
Floor
very
Leader.
much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much, distinguished sponsor.
Majority Floor Leader,
Mr. Speaker, we move to suspend session for a few minutes.
session is suspended.
Yes, sir. I said that it was approved by the BBC. In other words,
because it essentially, there is 1.1 trillion of surplus. Na-xerox mo na.
Gamit ko na eh. Mga asawa ng kapatid. Asawa ng kapatid.
Ano pa gusto nila? Alis. Oo. Kaya? Oo, tinanggap na. Anong gusto mo? Oh, yes. Parehas lang yun sa kanila eh.
Mr. Speaker,
Session is resumed.
may we
Majority Leader.
recognize from the ACT Teachers Party List the Honorable Franz Castro to give her individual amendments.
The Honorable Franz Castro from ACT Teachers Party List is recognized for her individual amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Magandang hapon po sa ating lahat. These are my individual amendments, Mr. Speaker. So number 1, on page 4, line 46, until page 5, line 2 on section 11, capitalization and funding. Delete sentence, and I quote, other GFIs and government-owned and controlled corporation may be authorized to contribute to the MIF subject to their respective investment and risk management strategies.
What does the gentleman from Albay, the sponsor of this measure, say to the proposed amendment?
We cannot accept, Your Honor.
Majority Leader?
Next, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader?
We,
What is the, what does the
we
Majority
join the
Leader say on the
sponsor
proposed
in
amendment?
not accepting the amendment.
Accepted?
Not accepting.
Not accepted. Will the lady from Gabriela insist on her amendment? It is not accepted by the
ACT Teachers,
ACT Teachers Party List.
Mr. Speaker.
Not accepted by the sponsor. Now, will the lady from ACT Teachers Party List insist on her amendment? It is not accepted by the sponsor.
I accept, Mr. Speaker.
The parliamentary status is that we are in the period of individual amendments. There is a motion to amend from the Honorable Franz Castro. And this amendment was not accepted by the sponsor and the majority leader. So we have to place this on a vote. Voting aye is you are sustaining the vote in favor of
Sabi niya, accept niya na eh.
the amendment, and voting nay means you are sustaining the vote of the non-approval by the sponsor.
Mr. Speaker, point
Yes.
of order. Mr. Speaker, I think the gentlewoman is withdrawing the motion already, so...
So if the lady is withdrawing her motion to
No,
amend,
I'm not, Mr. Speaker. I am not withdrawing my my amendments. The sponsors say that they cannot accept my amendments.
so if the lady is not withdrawing her amendment, we have to place this on the vote.
Mr. Speaker, may I ask for 1 minute suspension?
Session is suspended.
O sige, dahil hindi naman niya ako na lang to. Talang susunod. Kasi i-accept nila yun.
Asan ang DS ko? Sid. Mr. Speaker,
Session is resumed. Majority Leader,
may we again call on Franz Castro and recognize...
the Honorable Franz Castro is recognized.
Mahaba.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, since my individual amendments on page 5, line 46 is not accepted, I will just withdraw it and place another amendments, Mr. Speaker.
The withdrawal of the Honorable Franz Castro of her amendment is duly noted. You may now proceed with your next amendment.
Kasi pagbobotohan. Okay, on page 5. On page 5, after the last paragraph of section 11, insert as last paragraph of the section, and I quote, "Under no circumstance shall the GOCC, providing for the social security of government employees, private sector workers, and employees in other sectors and subsectors, such as but not limited to the Government Service Insurance Corporation, SSS, and Home Development Mutual Fund, be requested or required to contribute to the MIF to protect the retirement and other social security benefits of their members. No part of the funds of the said GOCC shall accrue to the MIF."
Accepted.
Majority Leader,
We join the sponsor in accepting the amendments, Mr.
is
Speaker.
there any objection to the proposed amendment? The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. Majority Leader, the Honorable Franz Castro.
Next, Mr. Speaker, on page 4, lines 5 to 8, delete the entire paragraph on the power of the MIC to compromise, condone, and release, and to settle claims and liabilities to it.
The Honorable Sponsor, what is your comment on the proposed amendment?
We will only accept the deletion of condone.
Majority Leader,
Mr. Speaker, we join the proponent in his motion to accept only the condone.
The deletion of condone from page 4, line 5 to 8.
Specifically that part, Mr. Speaker.
what does the Honorable Franz Castro say on the response of the sponsor and the Majority Leader?
Since we don't have the same, Mr. Speaker, I still stand for my amendments.
Session suspended.
you, Mr. Speaker.
Hindi pwede. Nga pwede. Tinanggap namin ang condonation, even the Constitution.
We will appeal.
Kala nga vote cannot be delegated.
Appeal.
Kaya kahit yung kalilitan na kung ang utang may 2 million sa NEA.
Tayo lang ang pwede.
Yun lang pwede mo.
Kaya alis niya sa
Binibigay kasi natin sa MI. Na pwede siya magpundo. Kaya halimbawa, nag-investigate sa korporasyon ko. Kaibigan ko.
Vote on it.
Then, reject and then magpo-propose. Ikaw na lang.
Session is resumed.
The,
Majority Leader.
the position of the majority is to reject the amendment, Your Honor.
The parliamentary status is that we are on a period of individual amendments. The Honorable Franz Castro made a motion to amend, and it was rejected by the sponsor of the measure.
Mr. Speaker, may we seek clarification on the status because I understand that Representative Castro is willing already to accept a half amendment. May we ask?
The Honorable Castro, what is the...
No,
Kindly state your proposed amendment again.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, my amendment is on page 4, line 5 to 8. Delete the entire paragraph on power of the MIC to compromise, condone, and release, and to settle claims and liabilities to it.
The sponsor is
Not accepting.
not accepting the proposal.
So, may I appeal to the august body, Mr. Chair, to accept.
Now that the Honorable Castro is appealing the decision of the sponsor, we have to put this on a vote. A vote of aye sustains the amendment, proposed amendment. The vote of nay defeats the amendment. That is the position of the sponsor.
Mr. Speaker.
Majority
seek-
Leader.
To seek clarification just for the August body, we would like to note that the vote, as you have reiterated, the vote A, is for the vote for the amendment which was defeated by the majority. And therefore, the majority's position is to seek a nay vote for the amendments that is proposed by the Honorable Castro. Just for clarification, Mr. Speaker. So nay. Now,
Shall we?
We move to divide the House, Mr. Speaker, for voting.
There is now a motion to divide the House, and we will be voting viva voce. Again, a vote of aye sustains the amendment. A vote of nay defeats the amendment. As many as are in favor, say aye. Aye. As many as are in favor, say nay. Nay. The nays have it. The amendment is defeated. Majority Leader.
Speaker, we still recognize.
Okay, can I continue, Mr. Speaker?
Session suspended. 1 minute.
Yes. Change.
Mr. Speaker,
Session resumed.
I will recognize the representative from Marikina, Stella Kimbo.
The Honorable Stella Kimbo from Marikina is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, to facilitate the intent of our good sponsor to revise on page 4, line 5, I propose that again on page 4, line 5, delete the word condone.
What does the sponsor say on the
Accept.
proposed amendment?
I accept, Your Honor.
Is there an objection from the floor?
Mr.
Motion
Speaker,
is-
the majority also joins in accepting the amendments.
Is there any objection from the floor? Chair is done. Motion is adopted.
Thank you.
Majority Leader,
1 minute suspension, Mr. Speaker.
session suspended.
Diretso lang.
Mr. Speaker,
Session is resumed.
we again would like to recognize the representative ACT Teachers Party List, Franz Castro.
The
On my
Honorable
third amendment, actually, Mr. Speaker, I have 9 amendments.
Franz
On my
Castro is recognized.
third amendments, Mr. Speaker, on page 5, line 27 to 29, it is still on capitalization and funding, particularly the subsequent annual contributions using privatization, public borrowings, and others. My amendment is to delete the entire subsection II, Mr. Speaker.
What does the sponsor say on the proposed amendment?
That's not what we agreed upon. No.
Mr. Speaker, the majority also joins the sponsor in not accepting the amendments.
The sponsor and the majority have decided to decline the proposed amendment.
Okay.
Okay, so I still appeal, Mr. Speaker, to the August body to accept my amendments.
Will you insist on appealing the proposal? So again,
Mr. Speaker,
we have to put this on a vote. Since there is a motion to amend and it was rejected or declined by the sponsor, a vote of aye sustains the motion to amend. A vote of nay defeats the amendment. So we vote on this now.
Mr.
Your
Speaker,
Leader?
yes, we moved. May I make a motion to divide the House once again? Just to clarify for this August body, the nay vote is the stand of the majority. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
So as many as are in favor of the proposed amendment, say aye. Aye. As many as are against, say nay.
Yay!
The nays have it. The amendment is defeated. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we again recognize the
The Honorable Franz Castro is recognized.
On number 4, Mr. Speaker, on page 5, line 34, on the power of automatic review of the Secretary of Finance. After the phrase, and I quote, upon such determination, unquote, insert the phrase, and pursuant to the power of the purse of the Congress, the Secretary shall submit any proposal for the increase in annual contributions to Congress for its approval and thereafter. So the amended portion of the section will now read, and I quote, upon such determination and pursuant to the power of the purse of the Congress, the Secretary shall submit any proposal for the increase in annual contribution to Congress for its approval, and thereafter, the foregoing contributions shall accrue and be remitted to the National Treasury, unquote.
What does the sponsor say on the proposal?
sad to say, sadly, we reject.
Mr. Speaker, the majority joins the proponent in rejecting the amendment.
The amendment is rejected both by the sponsor and by the majority leader. What is
So
the
still, again, I am appealing to the August body for the acceptance, Mr. Speaker.
the Honorable
Speaker.
Castro is appealing, so we have to vote again.
Speaker, I would like to make a motion to divide the House again, stating that the position of the majority is the nay vote for this amendment.
So let me just restate the motion to vote. A vote of aye will sustain the proposed amendment of the Honorable Castro. A vote of nay will defeat the proposed amendment. As many as are in favor of the amendment, say aye. Aye. As many as are against, say nay.
Nay!
The ayes have it. The motion to amend is hereby defeated. Majority
Speaker, we'd
Leader.
like to recognize again the Honorable Castro.
The Honorable Franz Castro.
On my fifth amendment, Mr. Speaker, on page 6, line 1, after section 13, allowable investments, insert a new section entitled Prohibited Investments, which shall read as follow. In no case shall the MIC in whatever manner or device invest in the following. Letter A, activities and investments related to and entities with record of commission of human rights violation, including but not limited to indigenous peoples, farmers, fisherfolk, and labor. Letter B, activities and investments related to and corporations involved in the production of cluster munitions, nuclear arms, intercontinental ballistic missiles, and similar technologies and equipment. Letter C, activities and investment resulting in corporations with a record of serious degradation of the environment. And letter D, similar activities, investment, and corporations.
Accept.
Mr. Speaker, we join the proponent in accepting the amendments.
The amendment was accepted by both the sponsor and the majority leader. Is there an objection on the floor? Here is none. Motion is approved.
Number 6, Mr. Speaker, may I continue? Number
Yes.
6, Mr. Speaker, on page 14, lines 13 to 17, delete the entire section 34 and place insert the following provision. Distribution of the net profits of the Maharlika Investment Fund Corporation. At least 30% instead of 20% of the net profits of MIC shall be directly distributed in the form of poverty and subsistence subsidies to families falling below the poverty threshold as determined by the Philippine Statistics Authority, beginning with the 18.1% of the population or 19.91 million Filipinos living below the poverty threshold
Hindi na pwede.
of about 12,030 pesos per month
only one.
for a family of 5 per 2021 Family Income and Expenditures Survey of the PSA, provided that the remainder of the net profits shall be remitted to the national government to be earmarked for social welfare programs and projects excluding infrastructure projects.
What does the sponsor say on the proposed amendment?
If only the sponsor can change 30 to 20, we will accept the amendment.
Mr. Speaker, we join the proponent in his proposal, if only.
The reason being, Your Honor, is that if we make it 30, nothing will be left of the fund. So wala na akong palalaguin, wala na akong bibigay na ayuda. So in other words, Your Honor, there is some financial limitations to really just emaciating the MIF to a point wherein it can no longer perform the objectives that the proponent wishes. So if my esteemed
So, Mr. Speaker, if the proponents would accept the middle ground that I will propose, Can we have it 25%?
Session is suspended. Majority Leader,
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to again recognize.
the session is resumed.
Your Honor, we accept. 25.
When, Mr. Speaker, can you? The majority also joins the proposal in accepting the compromise agreement.
So
Okay,
The-
next
the
amendment.
compromise is 25%,
That's correct, Your Honor, Mr. Speaker.
accepted by the sponsor and the majority leader. So is there an objection on the floor? There is none. Motion is adopted. The Honorable Franz Castro.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On page 15, after line 43, insert a new section entitled Right to and Freedom of Information of the Public, which shall read as follows, and I quote, "All documents of the MIF and the MIC shall be open, available, accessible to the public, including but not limited to, letter A, all investments thereof, whether planned and under negotiation by the MIC and on the portfolio of the MIF. Letter B, Sal-N, of the members of the officials of the Board of Directors, Risk Management Unit, and Advisory Board. Letter C, Sal-N, of those appointed and designated and said members and officials. Letter D, audit documents from internal auditor, external auditor, and the COA, and similar documents and information.
Your Honor, although these are fully covered and enumerated or embodied in the existing bill, for purposes of clarity, Your Honor, but just for the enlightenment of this body, it is already in Section 29, where it provides for full disclosure and even special audit. And of course, the fiduciary duties of the officers of the MIF, as well as, of course, their coverage by EO2, which covers freedom of information. But in the spirit of Christmas, we accept.
Mr. Speaker, the majority accepts the proposal.
There is a motion to amend and it was accepted, the sponsor and the majority leader. Is there any objection from the body? Hearing none, motion is approved. The Honorable Castro.
Number 8 amendments, Mr. Speaker, on page 15, lines 21 to 25, on section 40, disposal of assets. Delete the clause, and I quote, "notwithstanding any law, rules, regulations, or other issuance to the contrary," and I quote, and unquote, and the word "not" after the word "shall." The amended first sentence of the section will thus read as follows: "The disposal by the MIC pursuant to its mandate and functions of shares, securities, and other interests and investment shall be covered by existing laws and regulations on disposals of government assets."
What does the sponsor say?
We cannot accept, Your Honor.
The amendment is not accepted. Majority leader.
Mr. Speaker, the majority also does not accept the amendment.
I appeal to the august body, Mr. Chair, to accept my amendments.
There is a motion to amend. It was declined. Now the Honorable Castro is appealing, so we have to place this on a vote. May we have a formal motion, Majority Leader?
Mr. Speaker, we again would like to divide the House and again explain that the nay vote is the position of the majority.
So to restate the motion, there is a motion to divide the House. A vote of yes or aye will sustain the amendment of the Honorable Castro. The vote of nay or no will defeat the proposed amendment. As many as are in favor, say aye. Aye. As many as are against, say nay.
Nay!
The nays have it. The amendment is defeated.
And my last amendments, Mr. Speaker, on page 16, lines 21 to 23, let the penalties be increased, amending the provision starting from line 21 to read as follows. And I quote, shall be punished by life imprisonment with perpetual absolute disqualification from holding any public office or by fine of not less than 1 million, but not more than 10 million pesos or both, at the discretion of the court. And let the new paragraph be inserted, any prosecution under this section shall be without prejudice to the filing of cases under Republic Act 7080 or the Plunder Law, Republic Act 3019 or the Anti-Graft and Corrupt Practices Act, Republic Act 386 or the Revised Penal Code, and other laws applicable to plunder and acquisition of ill-gotten wealth and similar acts and omissions. I quote.
What does the sponsor say on the proposed amendment?
We have studied this proposal very studiously, and the principle of proportionality compels us to not accept, Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker, the majority also does not agree and reject the proposed amendment.
And again,
Honorable
Mr.
Castro?
Speaker, I appeal to the August body to accept my amendments.
Mr.
So
Speaker,
again, we have a situation wherein the amendment was declined and the Honorable Castro is appealing her amendment. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, let me make a motion again to divide the House on this measure. And again, the position of the majority is a nay vote.
So the motion is to divide the House, and a vote of yes or aye will sustain the motion to amend, and nay or no vote will defeat the proposed amendment. As many as are in favor, say aye. Aye. As many as are against, say nay.
Nay!
The nays have it. The amendment is defeated.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That's all, ma'am.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we'd like to call the Gabriela party list, Honorable Arlene Brosas.
The Honorable Arlene Brosas is recognized for her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I only have one amendment. No, it is for the removal of exemption. It is on the removal of exemption from the GOCC Governance Act of 2011. On page 12, section 29, delete lines 31 to 38 so as to remove the exemption of the Maharlika Investment Corporation from the GOCC Governance Act of 2011. Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, we cannot accept because Section 29 has been well worded and well articulated to ensure that interests of the public as well as the government are well protected. And in fact, the exemptions that are being sought here are only with respect to certain, or to only with respect to 4 sections. 15, 19, 25, and 26, Your Honor. So, we do not accept.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the majority also does not agree and reject the amendment.
Mr. Speaker, since this is really for the protection ng ating mga kababayan dahil nga ginawa ang GOCC ng 2011 para dito, Mr. Speaker, I would like to appeal to this August body na sana itanggapin yung amendment na ito, Mr. Speaker.
So there was a motion to amend, and it was rejected by the sponsor as well as in the Majority Leader. So the motion is being appealed. We have to
Mr.
vote
Speaker?
on this. Majority Leader.
May I make a motion to divide the House once again, and the position of the majority is the nay vote.
So to vote aye is to sustain the motion to amend, and to vote nay is defeats. It would defeat the motion. So as many as are in favor, say aye. Aye. As many as are against, say nay. Nay! The nays have it. The motion to amend is defeated.
Mr. Speaker, would like to recognize from the 2nd District of Marikina, Honorable Stella Luz Kimbo.
The honorable lady from Marikina is recognized for her individual amendments.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In Section 11, page 5, line 29, under III, delete public and after borrowings, insert by the MIF.
Accepted.
Mr. Speaker, we also accept the amendment.
There was a motion to amend by the Honorable Stella Kimbo, accepted by the proponent, accepted by the Majority Leader. Is there any objection from the plenary or from the body? The chair hears none. Motion is adopted. The Honorable Kimbo.
Mr. Speaker, in Section 19, page 9, line 43, insert letter Q to constitute an audit committee which shall recommend to the board and to shareholders during the annual shareholders meeting the engagement of an external auditor and oversee the internal and external audits mandated under this act, and renumber the succeeding subsection accordingly.
We accept, Your Honor.
The majority also, Mr. Speaker, accepts the proposal.
There is a motion and accepted by the sponsor and the Majority Leader. Is there any objection on the floor? Chair hears none. Motion is approved. The Honorable Kimbo.
Under Article 10, insert a new Section 44. Section 44, compliance with Santiago Principles. The audits required under this article shall include an assessment of the implementation of the Santiago Principles and recommendations to improve compliance with such principles.
The
We
sponsor.
accept, Your Honor.
We accept also, the majority accepts also the amendments, Mr. Speaker.
The motion to amend is accepted. Is there any objection from the body? Hearing none, the motion is approved.
And finally, in the same section, same page, number 21, renumber the sections accordingly.
The Honorable Sponsor.
Accept. Okay na. Accept.
Accept.
Mr. Speaker, the majority likewise accepts the amendment.
Nahanap ko pa.
The motion or the amendment was accepted. Is there any objection from the plenary? Chair is done. Motion is approved. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there be no other proposed individual amendments. We propose to close the period of amendment.
Is there any objection? Chair is none. The period of amendments is hereby terminated. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we approve in second reading House Bill 6608 as amended.
There is a motion to approve House Bill 6608 as amended on second reading. As many as are in favor, say aye. Aye. As many as are against, say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill 6608 is hereby approved on second reading as amended. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we include additional co-authors to House Bill number 6687 as contained in the list to be submitted by the Committee on Rules.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday, we adopted House Resolution number 647, commending and congratulating Ms. Heidelin F. Diaz for winning 3 gold medals in the 55-kilogram women's weightlifting event during the 2022 weightlifting championships held at the Gran Carpa Americas Corferias in Bogota, Colombia. I move for the consolidation of a similar measure, namely House Resolution number 652 with House Resolution number 647.
Is there any objection on the motion? The chair is done. Motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we take up additional reference of business and instruct the Secretary General to read the title of the reference. Sorry.
Title be directed to read the message from the President.
Yeah. Sorry, Mr. Speaker. I move that we ask the Secretary General to read the message from the President.
The Secretary General is directed to read the additional reference of business.
Additional reference of business. Messages from the President. Malacanang Palace, Manila, 14 December 2022. Speaker Ferdinand Martin G. Romualdez, Speaker of the House, House of Representatives, Batasan Hills, Quezon City. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Article 6, Section 26(2) of the 1987 Constitution, I hereby certify to the necessity of the immediate enactment of House Bill Number 6687, entitled An Act Instituting a National Citizen Service Training Program in all public and private tertiary education institutions, repealing for the purpose of the Republic Act Number 9163, otherwise known as the National Service Training Program Act, and appropriating funds therefore, in order to address the need to enhance the capacity of our citizens to mobilize and perform their constitutional duty to render personal, military, or civil service to the state in times of calamities and disasters, national or local emergencies, rebellion, invasion, or war. This shall be made possible by the establishment of a unified, comprehensive, and holistic national citizen service training and mobilization system. Best regards. Very truly yours, signed, President Ferdinand Bongbong Romualdez Marcos Jr. Copy furnished, Senator Juan Miguel F. Zubiri, Senate President, the Philippine Senate, Pasay City. Secretary Mark Leandro L. Mendoza, Presidential Legislative Advisor and Head, Presidential Legislative Liaison Office, Second Floor, New Executive Building, Malacanang, Manila.
To the Committee on Rules.
Malacanang Palace, Manila, 14 December 2022. Speaker Ferdinand Martin G. Romualdez, Speaker of the House, House of Representatives, Batasan Hills, Quezon City. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Article 6, Section 26(2) of the 1987 Constitution, I hereby certify to the necessity of the immediate enactment of House Bill Number 6608, entitled An Act Establishing the Maharlika Investment Fund, providing for the management, investment, and use of proceeds of the fund, and appropriating funds therefore, in order to establish a sustainable national investment fund as a strategic mechanism for strengthening the investment activities of top-performing government financial institutions and thus pump prime economic growth and social development. Best regards. Very truly yours, signed, President Ferdinand Romualdez Marcos Jr. Copy furnished, Senator Juan Miguel F. Zubiri, Senate President, the Philippine Senate, Pasay City. Secretary Mark Leandro L. Mendoza, Presidential Legislative Advisor and Head, Presidential Legislative Liaison Office, Second Floor, New Executive Building, Malacanang, Manila.
To the Committee on Rules. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the session.
Session is suspended. Session is resumed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Ace Barbers.
The gentleman from Surigao del Norte is recognized. The gentleman may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I don't want to spoil the Christmas spirit in this chamber. I just would like to rise and ask for a parliamentary inquiry.
Please proceed.
Mr. Speaker, this parliamentary inquiry concerns the very essence of our presence in this august chamber.
You may proceed, Your Honor. You have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the first inquiry I'd like to ask is if the term of one Congress, say for example the 18th Congress, began only at noon of June 30, 2019, following the election of its members, and ended 3 years after, or at the noon of June 30 of 2022, can the Secretary General elected during the 18th Congress still hold office beyond the constitutional term of the Congress that elected him? By what constitutional or legal authority, Mr. Speaker, did he exercise his being a de facto Secretary General or beyond June 30 of 2022? Next question, Mr. Speaker, is that assuming for the sake of argument that his services or the Secretary General's services beyond June 30, 2022 is legal, what powers is he allowed to exercise between that date until the organization of the next Congress on the 4th Monday of July during the SONA of the newly elected president? Third question, Mr. Speaker, under the Section 4 of our rules, if I may quote, membership as a representative of a legislative district commences upon proclamation as a winning candidate, the administration of an oath for the office by a duly authorized public officer, and assumption of office on June 30 following the election, unquote. Before we are given the certificate of assumption of office, Mr. Speaker, by the de facto Secretary General, we are required to submit to his office our certificates of, 1, certificate of proclamation, 2, oath of office. Then, this is the time when his ministerial duty to issue the certificate of assumption kicks in. When we have fulfilled these 3 steps, and as a matter of fact allowed to file bills which were accepted and given House bill numbers, can the de facto Secretary General delist any member, delist us after June 30 from the role of duly elected representatives for the incoming Congress by any reason, Mr. Speaker, and thus subvert Section 16, Paragraph 3 of the 1987 Constitution, which states, each House may determine the rules of its proceedings, punish its members for disorderly behavior, and with the concurrence of 2/3 of all its members, suspend or expel a member. A penalty of suspension when imposed shall not exceed 60 days, unquote. Again, Mr. Speaker, by what authority? Please take note that only 2/3 of all members may suspend or expel a member. The same Section 4 of our rules provide, in cases where a candidate has been proclaimed winner by the Commission on Elections, and the validity of the proclamation is put in question in any judicial or administrative body, such candidate who has been proclaimed winner and assumed office on June 30 following the election shall remain a member of the House absent final and executory judgment on or resolution of the question over the proclamation of the member by the appropriate judicial or administrative bodies. Clearly, Mr. Speaker, our Constitution as well as our own rules provide protection to the duly elected representatives like this representation and all of us here, and remedies to those who may have questions or protests on our elections. The Constitution gave them the electoral tribunals and the final and executory judgment or resolutions by the appropriate judicial and administrative bodies. Nowhere in our Constitution and our thousands of laws will we find the protesters given the relief through the House de facto Secretary General who can exercise the power to subvert the will of the people who elected us and arrogate upon himself the powers reserved to this House. It's electoral tribunal and our courts of law that should decide on this matter, Mr. Speaker. Given these factual circumstances and clear provisions of the law, Mr. Speaker, may this representation and in behalf of the Nacionalista Party be enlightened as to the status of our colleague, Congressman Romeo Halosos Jr. of the 1st District of Zamboanga del Norte, the same representative I am referring to who has been subjected to this unfortunate exercise. Mr. Speaker, it is not an affront to the leadership, but it is just a question in behalf of the Nacionalista Party that we would like to be clarified on. One of our colleagues, Congressman Romeo Halosos, has been proclaimed winner, has assumed office in June 30. Unfortunately, a Supreme Court status quo ante order was ordered after June 30. So, Mr. Speaker, this is a question that I think would interest all the members of this chamber because this would be the protection of all the members elected in this Congress, Mr. Speaker.
The Majority Leader will please respond to the parliamentary inquiry of the gentleman from Surigao del Norte.
Mr. Speaker, the parliamentary inquiry and the manifestation of the Honorable Ace Barbers is duly noted. And with this, we move that the Secretary General be directed to refer this matter to the Legal Affairs Office of the House of Representatives for further study and assessment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Duly noted. And the Honorable Barbers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Merry Christmas.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we suspend session for a few minutes.
Session suspended.
Kilala mo ba? Kilala mo?
Basta alam ko magaling yan.
Siya ang magaling.
Ang galing nito.
Naniwala ka din.
Naniwala ka din.
Balitang balita. Hindi ko pa nakakatawa.
Bakit na ako? Okay, boss. Iga-guide ka. Odi. Dong-ding-dong na. Ate tayo. Sam. Ma'am na ba? Ma'am. Ma'am. Tama ka na. Ready, sir. Ready. One more, sir. One more. One, two. Magklaro na eh.
I forgot my...
Let's go.
Basta na. Ako nga muna. Pagad eh, Ronnie. Antay, magkanya yung una.
Akala ko po sa ano, island, ano, province.
iwan ko na lang. Dalawa yung Uy, Tomsi.
Habang umiikot din sa speaker, okay. Ito hindi, okay naman din yan. Kung dyan lang. Parang hindi lang mawawala. Third reading, tapos si speaker na. Is lang yan. Let's do voting for all. Yep. Yan, election muna sa election members.
Session is resumed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the majority, I move for the election of the following members to the various committees. To the Committee on Banks and Financial Intermediaries as members, Gintu Ivan Howard A., Tampunting, Gus S. To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture as members, Solon, Steve Chongbian. To the Committee on Foreign Affairs as members, Nograles, Margarita Ignacia B., Rodriguez, Rufus B. To the Committee on Information and Communications Technology as member, Nograles, Margarita Ignacia B. The Committee on Defense and Security as Vice Chairpersons, Adjong Zia Alonto, Bustos, Jorge Patrol. To the Committee on Public Works and Highways as Senior Chair Vice Person, Madrona Elandro Jesus F. As Vice Chairperson, Singson, Ronald V. To the Committee on Sustainable Development Goals as members, Rodriguez, Eulogio R. Matugas, Francisco Bingo II. Miguel, Peter B. Corvera Dale B. To the Special Committee on Basis Conversion, De Venecia, Christopher VP. To the Special Committee on East ASEAN Growth Area as members, Santos, Alana, Samantha T. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? Chair is none. Motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the withdrawal of the election of Representative Ana Victoria Veloso Tuason as member of the Special Committee on Bicol Recovery and Economic Development made on July 27, 2022.
Is there any objection to the proposed motion? Hearing none, motion is approved.
Mr. Speaker, in accordance with our rules, I move that we authorize all committees to conduct meetings or public hearings, if deemed necessary, during the adjournment of the House from December 16th, 2022 to January 22nd, 2023. I so move.
Is there any objection to the proposed motion? Chair is none, motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the suspension of session for a few
Session
minutes.
is suspended.
Samahan ng mga mababait. Samahan ng mga mababait.
Sasampal yan dyan. Boss.
Yeah, sige boss. Samahan na boss.
kasama ko congressman ko, NCR. Adopted.
Picture na.
Siya daw? Hindi. Ang sabi, dalawa daw ang sa akin. Kiriman niya.
Okay.
Sabi niya.
Una yung mahaplika eh.
Hindi,
ihuli
sabi
natin?
ni Palma, ngayon lang. Hati-hati mo.
Sabi ni Speaker, yung dalawa daw. Yung dalawa. Yung guide tsaka other 30. Pero sa Maharlika, pwedeng siya nasa taas para dire-diretso na address na body. Baba. Dalawa nga, other 30 tsaka guide. Isid na lang. Other 30. Paano? Isid tsaka guide. Tapos sa Maharlika siya na. Tapos guide muna, guide. Sandali. Ano una?
May we ask the members to sit down? We will start in a while.
Sandali. Ano nga ROTC? Guide nga eh. Guide? Oh, sabi ko na ROTC. Gina.
Session is resumed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we approve on third reading House Bill number 1 and direct the Secretary General to read the title of the measure and thereafter call the roll of members for nominal voting.
There is a motion to approve House Bill number 1 on third reading. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of the House Bill number 1 and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
House Bill number 1, an act providing for government financial institutions, unified initiatives to distressed enterprises for economic recovery, guide. Roll call of members in consideration on third reading of House Bill number 1. Abalos, Abante, Abunda, Acharon, Asidre, Acop, Adyong, Advincula, Agaraw, Alba, Albano, Almario, Almonte, Alonte, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante, Amatong, Angara, Aquino, Aquino Magsaysay, Arbison, Arenas, Arrogancia, Asistio, Ataide, Omentado, Balindong, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Barzaga, Baskug, Bautista, Bautista Lim, Benitez, Bernos, Piliones, Piron, Polilia, Bondok, Bongalon, Bordado, Posita, Briones, Brosas,
Mr. Speaker,
The lady from Gabriela.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, my vote is yes with reservation, and I would like to explain my vote later.
Duly noted. Secgen, may proceed.
Buhain, Bulot Begtang, Bustos, Cabredo, Cagas, Kahayon Uy, Calderon, Calixto, Campos, Kawagdan, Cardema, Cari, Castro Franz, Castro Jean, Celeste, Chan, Chato, Chua, Chunggalaw, Ko Angelica Natasha, Ko Elizaldi, Ko Pilar, Ko Juanco Jaime, Ko Juanco Mark, Colada, Coliantes, Corvera, Cruz Ambrosio, Cruz Ricardo, Cuwa, Quaresma, Dagook, Dalipe, Dalog, Dayang Hirang, Daza, De Jesus, Divinesia, Defensor, Del Mar, De Los Santos, Dimaporo Muhammad Khalid, Dimaporo City Amina, Dionisio, Domingo, Duavit, Duhali, Duterte, D. Faustino Ino, D. Faustino Michael, D. Ian Paul, Ecleo, Emano, Enciso, Enverga, Escudero, Espares, Espina, Estrella, Yudela, Farinas, Fernandez, Ferrer Antonio, Ferrer Juliet Marie, Flores, Fortes, Frasco, Fresnedi, Fuentebella, Galeos, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dante, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo Jan, Garcia Vincent, Guardiola, Garin, Gasataya, Gatchalian, Gato, Go Ed Christopher, Go Mark, Goles, Gomez, Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio, Gonzales Neptali, Gonzales Sandro, Goriseta, Guico, Gintu, Gulyas, Gutierrez, Hagidorn, Haresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera, Horibata, Javier, Ko Olga Ara, Ko Ricardo, Ko Wilton, Konghun, Labad-Labad, Lacson, Lacson Noel, Lagman, Lagon Daphne, Lagon Sani, Lara, Lazatin, Lee, Legarda, Libanan, Limkaychong, Loyola, Luistro, Dumayag, Makapagal Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Magsino, Malapitan, Mangawang, Manikiz, Manuel, Marañon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Mariano Hernandez, Marinho, Marquez, Martinez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Mercado Revilla, Miguel, Momo, Morden, Nava, Nisay, Noel, Nograles Juan Fidel, Nograles Margarita, Nolasco, Owaminal, Olaso, Olivares, Ongchuan, Ordanes, Ortega, Uwano Dizon, Padiernos, Paduano, Paglas, Palma, Panaligan, Pancho, Panotes, Pascual, Peña, Pimentel, Plaza, Pleito, Primicia Sagabas, Pumaren, Puno, Himbo, Rama, Recto, Regencia, Revilla Brian, Revilla Ramon Jolo, Reyes, Rilio, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez Eulogio, Rodriguez Rufus, Roman, Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez Yeda Marie, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sakdalan, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Sali, Salimbangon, Salo, Salvame, Santos, Saulug, Silverio, Singson Richel, Singson Ronald, Singson Mihan, Solon, Soriano, Suwan, Suwansing Horacio, Suwansing Micaela Angela, Suarez, Talyado, Tamayo, Tambunting, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith Micah, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Chay, Tan Huatco, Tariela, Teodoro, Teves Arnolfo, Teves Jose, Tiangco, Tieng, Tolentino, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Ralph Wendell, Tupas, Tutor, T, Umali, Unabia, Ungab, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso Tuazon, Vergara, Berzosa, Villa, Villafuerte Luis Raymond, Villafuerte Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Villaraza Suarez, Villarica, Violago, Yap Christiantel, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, Yu Divina Grace, Yu Giselle Victoria, Yulo, Zamora Amparo Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria, Zubiri. Second call for consideration on third reading of House Bill Number 1. Alvarez Pantaleon, Amatong, Bautista Lim, Bilyones, Biron, Bondok, Kahayon Uy, Duterte, Enciso, Garcia Pablo Jan, Ho Wilton, Lazatin, Madrona, Momo, Nograles Juan Fidel, Panotes, Romero, Singson Richelle, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Chay, Teves Arnolfo, Tulfo Ralph Wendell, T, Villafuerte Luis Raymond, Villanueva, Yap Eric, Yu Giselle Victoria.
With 282 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 0 abstentions, House Bill Number 1 is hereby approved on third and final reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, may we recognize Representative Arlene Brosas of Gabriela Party List to explain her vote.
The lady has 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Gabriela Women's Party votes yes to House Bill Number 1, or the Government Financial Institutions, GFIs, Unified Initiatives to Distressed Enterprises for Economic Recovery or GUIDE Act, taking note of the amendments which we proposed and which were incorporated in the final version of the measure. Provisions related to equity infusions for strategically important companies, which essentially refer to big businesses, were removed in the final measure, as what we had proposed. The bill will now center on the allocation of 7.5 billion for the loan assistance program to qualified micro, small, and medium enterprises, or MSMEs, which continue to reel from the economic fallout of the COVID-19 pandemic and increased competition from imports. Bagamat tinanggap ang mga amyendang inihain namin sa panukalang guide bill, patuloy kaming magiging mapagbantay sa posibleng pagbabalik ng mga probisyon hinggil sa strategically important companies na mekanismong Malamaharlika Fund na gagarantiyan ng dagdag na kapital sa mga malalaking negosyo. Babantayan po namin yan. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, may we recognize Representative Okay. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, we are in receipt of a message from the President certifying the necessity of the immediate passage of House Bill Number 6687, pursuant to Article 6, Section 26 of the Constitution, and in accordance with our rules, I now move that we approve on third reading House Bill number 6687 and direct the Secretary General to read the title of the measure and thereafter call the roll of members for nominal voting.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
There is a motion to approve House
Mr.
Bill
Speaker,
number
point of order.
6687.
Point of order.
Majority Leader, the presiding officer is recognizing the Majority Leader. And there is a motion that the Majority Leader has made. The Speaker is still responding to the motion of the Majority Leader. There is a motion to approve House Bill number 6687 on third reading. Is there any objection?
Mr. Speaker, point of order.
What is the point of order of the gentleman from Kabataan?
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, according to Rule 14, Section 101, points of orders take precedence over other motions in the floor. Now, Mr. Speaker, to proceed to the explanation of my point of order, I am also referring to our House Rules, Section 58, that no bill or joint resolution shall become law unless it passes 3 readings on on separate days, and printed copies thereof in its final form are distributed to the members 3 days before its passage, except when the President certifies to the necessity of its immediate enactment to meet a public calamity or emergency. Mr. Speaker, it is on the burden of the executive branch to prove that this measure indeed is urgent. Now, Mr. Speaker, kung pag-uusapan natin ang kalagayan ng edukasyon sa ating bansa, marami pong mga bagay na mas urgent. Halimbawa po yung ating education crisis. Mabagal ang pace ng resumption ng full face-to-face classes sa ating mga higher education institutions. Second, as of October 12, 2022, both sa House at sa Senado, we have 42 measures introducing curricular reforms in basic and higher education. Magagandang mga panukala filed not just by this representation but by other members of the legislative. At pangatlo, Mr. Speaker, final point, we have resolutions to review the K-12 program vis-a-vis the college curriculum, lalo na kung nais po nating ayusin yung ating edukasyon sa K-12 pa lang. Karapat-dapat na po itong silipin, lalo na't may mga paulit-ulit na subject sa kolehiyo, bago tayo magdagdag ng isang bagong subject in the form of the NCST. That is the essence of the point of order, Mr. Speaker. This representation believes na hindi napapatunayan ng executive branch that this measure is urgent. Thank you.
The Majority Leader, please reply to the point of order.
Mr. Speaker, it is the prerogative of the President of the Republic of the Philippines to certify which measure he deems as urgent. So that's why, Mr. Speaker, we are in receipt of that certification. That is we are now in the process that I made the motion for third reading, Mr. Speaker.
The Majority Leader has clarified, and the exception to the rule is already clear and it's been explained. The point of order of the gentleman from Kabataan is not taken. So we proceed. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bill 6687 and call the roll for nominal voting.
House Bill number 6687, an act instituting a national citizen service training program in all public and private tertiary education institutions, repealing for the purpose Republic Act number 9163, otherwise known as the National Service Training Program Act, and appropriating funds therefore. Roll call of members in consideration on third reading of House Bill number 6687. Abalos, Abante, Abunda, Charon, Asidre, Acop, Adyong, Advincula, Agaraw, Alba, Albano, Almario, Almonte, Alonte, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante, Amatong, Ang, Angara, Aquino, Aquino Magsaysay, Arbison, Arenas, Arrogancia, Asistio, Atayde, Aumentado, Balindong, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Barsaga, Bascug, Bautista, Bautista Lim, Benitez, Bernos, Billones, Beron, Bolilia, Bondok, Bongalon, Bordado, Busita, Briones, Brosas, Buhain, Bulot, Begtang, Bustos, Cabredo, Cagas, Kahayon, Uy, Calderon, Calisto,
Mr.
Campos,
Speaker,
The lady from Gabriela.
Mr. Speaker, my vote is no, and I would like to explain my vote later.
Noted. And Secgen, please proceed with the voting.
Cardema, Kari, Castro, France.
Mr. Speaker, my vote
The
is
lady
no.
from Acting Chairs.
My vote is no, and I will explain my vote later.
Noted. And please proceed with the voting.
Castro Jean, Celeste, Chan, Chato, Chua Chunggalaw, Ko Angelica Natasha, Ko Elizalde, Ko Pilar, Ko Juan Ko Jaime, Ko Juan Ko Mark, Colada, Colliantes, Corvera, Cruz Ambrosio, Cruz Ricardo, Cuba Quaresma, Dagook, Dalipe, Dalog, Dayang Hirang, Daza, De Jesus, De Venecia, Defensor del Mar.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker,
The Honorable Daza.
I vote yes, and I'd like to explain my vote later.
Noted. Please proceed with the voting.
De Los Santos, Dimaporo Muhammad Gali, Dimaporo City Amina, Dionisio, Domingo, Duavit Duhali, Duterte, Di Faustino Ino, Di Faustino Michael, Di Ian Paul, Ecleo Emano, Enciso Enverga, Escudero, Espares, Espina, Estrella, Yudela, Farinas, Fernandez, Ferrer Antonio, Ferrer Juliet Marie, Flores, Fortes, Frasco, Fresnedi, Fuentebella, Galeyos, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dante, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo Jan, Garcia Vincent, Guardiola, Garin, Gasataya, Gatchalian, Gato, Goed Christopher, Go Mark, Goles, Gomez, Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio, Gonzales Neftali, Gonzales Sandro, Goriseta, Guico, Ginto, Gulyas, Gutierrez, Hagidorn, Haresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera, Horibata, Javier, Co, Algaara, Co, Ricardo, Co, Wilton, Punghun, Labad-Labad, Lacson, Lacson Noel, Lagman, Lagon Daphne, Lagon Sani, Lara, Lazatin, Iligarda, Libanan, Limkay Chong, Loyola, Luistro, Lumayag, Macapagal Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Magsino, Malapitan, Mangawang, Manikis, Manuel, Maranion, Marcoleta, Marcos, Mariano Hernandez, Marinho, Marquez, Martinez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Mercado
Speaker.
Revilla.
The gentleman from Kabataan.
Kabataan Party List votes no, and I will explain my vote later.
Noted. Please proceed with the voting.
Miguel, Momo, Morden, Nava, Nisay, Noel, Nograles, Juan Fidel, Nograles, Margarita, Nolasco, Uwaminal, Olaso, Olivares, Ongchuan, Ordanes, Ortega, Uwano, Dizon, Padiarnos, Paduano, Paglas, Palma, Panaligan, Pancho, Panotes, Pascual Peña, Pimentel Plaza, Plato, Primisa Sagabas, Pumaren, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Rector, Regencia, Revilla Brian, Revilla Ramonjolo, Reyes, Rillo, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez, Eulogio, Rodriguez Rufus, Roman, Romero, Romualdez, Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez, Iada Marie, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sakdalan, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Sali, Salimbangon, Salo, Salvame, Santos, Saulug, Silverio, Singson Rochelle, Singson Ronald, Singson Mihan, Solon, Soriano, Suwan, Suwansing Horacio, Suwansing Micaela Angela Suarez, Talyado, Tamayo, Tambunting, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith Maikat, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Chay, Tan Huatco, Tariela, Teodoro, Teves Arnolfo, Teves Jose, Tiangco, Tieng, Tolentino, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Ralph Wendell, Tupas Tutorti, Umali, Unabia, Unga, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso, Tuazon, Vergara, Verzosa, Villa.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes, and I'd like to explain my vote.
Noted. Please proceed with the vote.
Villafuerte Luis Raymond, Villafuerte Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Yarasa Suarez, Villarica, Villalago, Yap Christiantel, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, Yu Divina Grace, Yu Jazel Victoria, Yulo, Zamora Amparo Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria, Zubiri.
Second call for consideration on third reading of House Bill number 6687. Alvarez Pantaleon, Amatong, Bautista Lim, Billones, Biron, Bondok, Duterte, Enciso, Garcia, Pablo Jan, Wilton, Lasatin, Magdorona, Momo, Nograles, Lujan, Fidel Felipe, Panotes, Romero, Singson Richel, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Chay, Teves Arnolfo, Tulfo Ralph Wendell, Villafuerte Luis Raymond, Villanueva, Yap Eric, UJ sa Victoria.
with 276 members voting in the affirmative, 4 in the negative, and 1 abstention. House Bill number 6687 is hereby approved on third and final reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, may we recognize Representative Arlene Brosas of Gabriela Party List to explain her vote.
The lady from Gabriela has 3 minutes to explain her vote.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this representation registers a no vote to House Bill 6687 or the National Citizen Service Training Program. We firmly stand against the proposed measure that will repeal the National Service Training Program or NSTP. Under this bill, DND, DILG, and PNP are included in the technical panel that will formulate the NCST program design. So this bill will not truly instill patriotism in youth and students, especially when the government, including military forces, is allowing U.S. troops in our country through the Enhanced Defense Cooperation Agreement. They are also allowing China to build artificial islands in disputed waters in the West Philippine Sea. Ipinapagtanggol ng AFP at PNP ang mga dayuhan samantalang sinusupil ang mamamayang Pilipino. Pekeng patriotismo ito at hindi natin hahayaan na ganito ang ipalaganap na kaisipan ng panukalang batas na ito sa mga susunod na salinlahi. There is also a forced conscription under the program as NCST graduates will be incorporated into the AFP Reserve Force. This also entails further campus militarization in schools that will put the studentry, the faculty, the education support personnel, and the whole education stakeholders at risk of imminent danger. Kaakibat din ang pagdami ng VAW-related cases, violence against women-related cases, sa loob ng mga pamantasan, lalo na at ang AFP at PNP at tagapamandila ng karahasan ng macho, sexist, homophobic, and violent culture. Mr. Speaker, if the government is serious about instilling and uplifting the youth sense of nationalism and duty to serve the community and country, we must promote teaching history and Filipino subjects to all ages. We can also expand the National Service Training Program and include a community service program, health and nutrition program, disaster preparedness program, and human rights education. For these reasons, we vote no to House Bill 6687. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, may we recognize Representative Franz Castro of ACT Teachers Party List to explain her vote.
The lady from ACT Teachers Party List is recognized to explain her vote. The lady has 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Taong 2002 nang i-abolish ang mandatory ROTC dahil isinabatas natin ang NSTP law o yung RA 9163. Ngunit ngayon ay aamyendahan ito, ibinalik nito ang marahas na mandatory ROTC na kumitil sa buhay ni Mark Wilson Chua at nagbigay daan ito sa napakaraming karahasan at korupsyon na bumibiktima sa maraming kabataan. Tataka ang mga mamamayan na sa dami ng bigat at lalim na mga problema ng ating sistema ng edukasyon, bakit itong pagbabalik at nagkukunwaring optional ROTC pa ang prioridad ng Administrasyong Marcos Jr. Hindi ito ang kailangan ng mamamayan at ng kabataan. Hindi ito ang kailangan ng ating mga kabataan. Bumabalik na sa mga paaralan ang mga estudyante, ngunit kulang pa rin ang mga ayuda at budget para sa kanila, tapos ito yung prioridad ng administrasyon, ang pagratsada sa NCSTP. Dagdag na pahirap ito para sa estudyante at mga magulang sa usapin ng pinansya at dagdag na subject sa paaralan. Malaki rin ang posibilidad na kumain pa ng di makataong programang ito sa pondo para sa libreng kolehiyo na alam naman natin na kulang na. Kahit pa itago ito sa sinasabi nating National Citizenship Training Program, sa kabuuan ay nakikita natin na mayroon pa ring mga training sa paghahawak ng baril at makikita natin yung mga probisyon ng panukalang batas na lahat dito ay kasamang AFP, Kaya talagang magiging militarized itong magiging curriculum ng NCSTP. Tahasan itong binabaliwala ang paaralan bilang zone of peace. Pag naisabatas ito, hindi naman ito ang mag-i-inculcate ng nasyonalismo at patriotismo, ngunit mas mamumulat pa ang mga kabataan sa korupsyon, karahasan, impunity at pasismo. Dahil ito ang track record ng state forces at ng gobyerno at ang mga anti-mamamayan na pulisiya at paglabag sa mga karapatang pantao. Isang malaking kabalintunaan na tinanggal ang Filipino at kasaysayan sa kurikulum. Tapos naghahangad tayo ng magkaroon ng nasyonalismo at patriotismo sa mga kabataan. Ito po, Mr. Speaker, ang mga dahilan kung bakit ang representasyong ito ay bumoboto ng no sa House Bill 6687.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, may we could recognize Representative Paul Daza of the 1st District, Northern Samar, to explain his vote.
The gentleman from Northern Samar has 3 minutes to explain his vote.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I voted yes. At first, Mr. Speaker, more than 2 weeks ago, at the first hearing in the Committee on Banks, I was very against this bill. There were many provisions that simply were not good provisions. Over the 2 weeks, I believe the latest version that we voted on today is now the 5th version. I would like to thank the sponsors, the authors, the leadership in allowing all members, including myself, to voice out their opposition to the bill, and the end product was a better product, something that I could support, and I think something we could be proud of because the legislative process worked in the House for this particular bill. I count no less than 10 amendments. About 6 of them were my concerns, including the deletion of GSIS, SSS, and the national budget as a source of fund, the overhead from 10% to 2%, removing the president as chairman of the board of directors, Mr. Speaker, so that, let me wind up with that explanation and wind up with my yes vote. Thank you.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, may we recognize Representative Raul Manuel of Kabataan Party List to explain his vote.
The gentleman from Kabataan Party List has 3 minutes to explain his vote.
Magandang hapon, o magandang gabi, Mr. Speaker at mga kapwa mambabatas. Bago pa man po tayo maging kongresista, 2016 pa lamang, nung lumabas ang mga balita na posibleng maging mandatory, i-revive ang mandatory ROTC, naging personal commitment na po natin na harangan ang kahit anong mga pulisiya na pwedeng makaapak sa karapatan at sa kapakanan ng ating mga kabataan. At ngayon pong tila ba'y nasa endgame na ang ganitong mga attempts para ibalik ang mandatory na tipo ng training sa ating mga kabataan. Kaya naman tayo ay nadidismaya at ngayon ay papaliwanag natin ang ating boto, Mr. Speaker. Ang representasyong ito ay naniniwala na ang urgent na pangangailangan ng mga kabataan ay ang learning recovery mula sa educational crisis na mas lalong pinalala ng pandemya. Ang dapat na unahin ay ang mabilis na panunumbalik ng full face-to-face classes sa ating mga pamantasan sa ligtas, abot kamay at dekalidad na paraan. At ang pagbibigay ng financial aid para sa education-related expenses ng mga estudyante. Sa kabila ng pagpapahayag ng mga kabataan sa iba't ibang panig ng bansa, kung ano ang nais nating maipatupad ng mga programa sa lalong madaling panahon, ang unang nais ipasa at declared urgent pa nga ay ang tanging education-related priority measure ng Marcos Jr. administration na hindi tumutugon sa education crisis. Ang mandatory citizen soldier training na may hibo pa rin ng mandatory ROTC in the guise of the NCST program. Mr. Speaker, this bill is not ultimately for the welfare of our students and youth. It is the armed forces and the security sector who are set to benefit from this bill. Ang gustong gawin ng NCST program ay presahang ipasok ang mga kabataan sa mga reserve forces ng AFP para palakasin ang pwersa nito sa paniniktik, pandadahas at pamamasista sa mamamayan. Papapasukin din ito ang mga military personnel sa mga campus sa tabing ng school-based ready reserve units na siyang maaaring gamitin bilang base ng mga militar upang supilin ang kritikal na kaisipan sa hanay ng mga estudyante. Mr. Speaker, layon nitong i-indoctrinate ang mga kabataan sa ilalim ng kulturang sunod-sunuran at marahas ng ating armed forces na nagdulot ng maraming abuso sa ating mga mamamayang sibilyan. Sinasakripisyo ng panukala ang interes, kaligtasan at kapakanan ng mga kabataan para mapagbigyan ang mapanupil na hangarin ng security forces. Kaya with that, Mr. Speaker, bumoboto ang kabataan ng no sa panukalang batas na ito. Maraming salamat.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, may we recognize Representative Ria Vergara of the 3rd District of Nueva Ecija to explain her vote.
The lady from Nueva Ecija is recognized to explain her vote.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I vote yes to House Bill 6687. When I was in high school, citizens military training was a mandatory course. These weekly training sessions undertaken on school grounds was a welcome change from the academic subjects, class lectures, and other usual school activities. My CMT experience taught me very important life lessons. First, a sense of duty and patriotism. CMT awakened my love of country and instilled a deep urge to serve and protect our country and fellow countrymen. We were constantly reminded during these trainings that we, the youth, should always be ready to defend our country. Second, it taught me the values of equality, fairness, and discipline. During the military training sessions, there was no special treatment. We were all equal in the eyes of our platoon leader. No one was spared from the required activities. I developed a greater appreciation for the people tasked with the responsibility of protecting our country, the real soldiers. Shining my shoes and belt buckle, standing in attention, marching, forming flanks while holding a wooden rifle under the heat of the sun, all this were physically exhausting, but it gave me important insights into what it means to serve and protect our country. Self-discipline, discipline is one of life's most important skills. Napakahalaga po na matuto ng disiplina ang ating kabataan. Ito ang magiging daan para sila ay mamuhay ng maayos at matuwid. Ang disiplina ang magiging susi sa pagbabago ng ating lipunan. At dahil po dito, bumoboto po ako ng buong pusong yes sa panukalang batas na ito. Maraming salamat po.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend session for a couple of minutes.
Session suspended.
Session resumed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we are in receipt of a message from the President certifying the necessity of the immediate passage of House Bill number 6608. Pursuant to Article 6, Section 26 of the Constitution and in accordance with our rules, I now move that we approve on third reading House Bill number 6608 and direct the Secretary General to read the title of the measure and thereafter call the roll of members for nominal voting.
There is a motion to approve House Bill number 6608 on third reading. Is there any objection? The Chair hears none. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bill number 6608 and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
House Bill 6608, an act establishing the Maharlika Investment Fund, providing for the management, investment, and use of the proceeds of the fund and appropriating funds therefore. Roll call of members in consideration of House Bill number 6608. Abalos, Abante, Abunda, Acharon, Asidre, Acop, Adyong, Advincula, Agaraw, Alba, Albano, Almario, Almonte, Alonte, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante, Amatong, Angara, Aquino, Aquino Magsaysay, Arbison, Arenas, Arrogancia, Asistio, Ataide, Aumentado, Balindong, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Barzaga, Bascug, Bautista, Bautista Lim, Benitez, Bernos, Billones, Biron, Bolilla, Bondok, Bongalon, Bordado.
Mr. Speaker,
Yes, Congressman Bordado is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, my vote is no, and kindly allow me to explain my vote later.
Yes, you
Thank
will.
you, Mr. Speaker.
Go ahead.
Bosita, Briones, Rosas,
Mr. Speaker,
Yes, you're recognized, Madam.
Mr. Speaker, my vote is no, and I would like to explain my vote later.
Yes, so thank you, Madam Congresswoman. Please go ahead.
Buhain, Bulut Begtang, Bustos, Cabredo, Cagas, Kahayon Uy, Calderon, Calixto, Campos, Kawagdan, Cardema, Carey, Castro France.
Mr. Speaker,
Yes, Congresswoman.
my vote is
Astros.
no, and I would explain my vote later.
Duly noted. Go ahead.
Castro Jane, Celeste, Chan, Chato, Chua, Chungalaw, Ko Angelica Natasha, Ko Elizaldi, Ko Pilar, Ko Angko Jaime, Ko Angko Mark, Colada, Colyantes, Corvera, Cruz Ambrosio, Cruz Ricardo, Cua, Quaresma, Dagook, Dalipe, Dalog, Dayanghirang, Daza, De Jesus, De Venecia, Defensor, Del Mar, De Los Santos, Dimaporo Muhammad Khalid, Dimaporo City Amina, Dionisio, Domingo, Duavit, Duhali, Duterte, D. Faustino Ino, D. Faustino Michael Carlos, D. Ian Paul, Ecleo, Emano, Enciso, Enverga, Escudero, Espares, Espina, Estrella, Udela, Fariñas, Fernandez, Ferrer Antonio, Ferrer Juliet Marie, Flores, Fortes, Frasco, Fresnedi, Fuentebella, Galeos, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dante, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo John, Garcia Vincent, Guardiola, Garin, Gasataya, Gatchalian, Gato, Go Ed Christopher, Go Mark, Goles, Gomez, Gonzaga, Gonzalez Aurelio, Gonzalez Neptali, Gonzalez Sandro, Goriseta, Guico, Gintu, Gullias, Gutierrez, Hagedorn, Haresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera, Oribata, Javier, Ko Olga, Ara, Ko Ricardo, Ko Wilton, Konghun, Labad-Labad, Lacson, Lacson Noel, Lagman, Lagon Daphne, Lagon Sunny, Lara, Lazatin, Lee, Legarda, Libanan, Lim Kai Chong, Loyola, Luistro, Lumayag, Macapagal-Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Magsino, Malapitan, Mangawang, Manikiz, Manuel.
Mr. Speaker,
Yes, Congressman Manuel is recognized.
ang boto natin ay no at nais ko pong ipaliwanag ang aking boto mamaya. Salamat.
Pwede po. Go ahead.
Marañon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Mariano Hernandez, Mariño, Marquez, Martinez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Mercado Revilla, Miguel, Momo, Morden, Nava, Nisay, Noel, Nograles Juan Fidel, Felipe, Nograles Margarita, Nolasco, Owemenal, Olaso, Olivares, Ongchuan, Ordanes, Ortega, Oano Dizon, Padiernos, Paduano, Paglas, Palma, Panaligan, Pancho, Panotes, Pascual, Peña, Pimentel, Plaza, Pleito, Primicias Agabas, Pumaren, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Recto, Regencia, Revilla Brian, Revilla Ramon Jolo, Reyes, Rillo, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez Eulogio, Rodriguez Rufus, Roman, Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez Yeda Marie, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sakdalan, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Sally, Salimbangon, Salo, Salvame, Santos, Saulog, Silverio, Singson Richel, Singson Ronald, Singson Mihan, Solon, Soriano, Suwan, Swansing Horacio, Swansing Micaela Angela, Suarez, Talyado, Tamayo, Tambunting, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith Mika, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tanchay, Tan Watco, Tariela, Teodoro, Teves Arnolfo, Teves Jose, Tianco, Tieng, Tolentino, Tufo Jocelyn, Tufo Ralph Wendell, Tupas, Tutor, T, Umali, Unabia, Ungab, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso Tuazon, Vergara, Versosa, Villa, Villafuerte Luis Raymond, Villafuerte Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Villaraza Suarez, Villarica, Violago, Yap Christian Tel, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, U Divina Grace, U Jazel Victoria, Yulo, Zamora Amparo Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Marie, Maria, Zubiri. Second call for the consideration and third reading of House Bill 6608, Advincula, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amatong, Bautista Lim, Billones, Biron, Bondok, Duterte, Enciso, Garcia Pablo John, Co Wilton, Lazatin, Badrona, Momo, Nograles Juan Fidel Felipe, Panotes, Romero, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Chay, Teves Arnolfo, Tulfo Ralph Wendell, T. Versosa, Villafuerte Luis Raymond, Villanueva, Yap Eric, U. Jazel Victoria.
With 279 members voting in the affirmative, 6 in the negative, and 0 abstentions, House Bill number 6608 is hereby approved on third reading.
Mr.
Majority
Speaker.
Leader, please go ahead.
Mr. Speaker, may we recognize Representative Gabriel Bordado Jr. of the 3rd District of Camarines Sur to explain his vote.
Congressman Bordado is hereby recognized. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, for a country struggling to recover a robust economy such as the Philippines, the creation of our own sovereign wealth fund merits thorough consideration. After all, we're still reeling from the ill effects of COVID-19 pandemic, and generating additional proceeds that could fortify our efforts in nation building is a welcome idea. Through a sovereign wealth fund, we might be better protected against ongoing and future economic crises and uncertainties. This would allow us to secure a stable, sustainable, and thriving economy for present and future Filipino generations. However, Mr. Speaker, it is for these same reasons that we should be very careful in considering its immediate creation. According to the Bureau of Treasury, the Philippines' national outstanding debt stood at 13.641 trillion pesos as of October 2022. Inflation also hit a 14-year high of 8% as of November 2022. The Philippine Statistics Authority found that 19.99 million Filipinos, or 18.1% of the population, are living below the poverty threshold in 2021. This number could have worsened in 2022 as prices of commodities continue to skyrocket. Moreover, Mr. Speaker, we still have a huge trade deficit. If we are to look at the current state of the Philippine economy, then we could surmise that none of these factors and numbers translate to wealth and surplus. Therefore, by its very definition, we do not meet the fundamental requirement in establishing a strong sovereign wealth fund. Excess revenues, Mr. Speaker. But considering our current economic problems, we cannot afford to take our sparse resources and gamble on the hope that the Maharlika Investment Fund would be profitable and provide immediate favorable results. It is not just the nation's money we are risking, Mr. Speaker, if we rush into the establishment of our own sovereign wealth fund, but the well-being of the Filipinos as well. Therefore, I vote no to the creation of the Maharlika Investment Fund. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Congressman Bordado. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, may we recognize next Arlene Brosas of Gabriela Party List to explain her vote.
Mr. Speaker, this representation votes no to House Bill 6608 or the Maharlika Investment Fund despite the modifications made during the period of amendments. Creating a sovereign wealth fund that is purely based on existing financial resources of GFIs rather than on surpluses amid widening fiscal deficit, record high national debt, and sham economic recovery dangerously puts Filipinos' money on the track to a disaster. Pinaspas ang deliberasyon at pag-aproba nitong Maharlika bago ang Pasko, subalit patuloy na isinasantabi ang mga panukala para sa direktang ayuda sa mamamayan, dagdag sahod para sa mga manggagawa at subsidyo para sa ating mga magsasakang hinagupit ng taas presyo at kalamidad. Isusugal ang pondo ng bayan para sa ganansya ng iilan lamang. Isasangkalan at ibubuslo ang rekurso ng Land Bank at Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas sa Maharlika sa pangakong makakalikom ng kita. Subalit higit na makikinabang dito ang mga miyembro ng board at pribadong negosyo. Wala tayong ipinagmamalaki sa panukalang Maharlika Fund na ito, which once approved would be the smallest and least promising in the world. Worse, this is a poorly and hastily designed sovereign wealth fund that has all the indications of opening pathways to corruption and unscrupulous use of public funds. As this proposal institutes various regulatory exemptions to the Maharlika Investment Corporation. If we really need additional resources to fund social welfare programs, we need to run after big tax evaders. We need to tax the super rich, those Filipino billionaires listed in the Forbes magazine. Through our proposed wealth tax, we need to impose windfall tax on the multi-million profits of all companies. Hindi iyong gagawa tayo ng pakulo na Maharlika na vulnerable sa korupsyon at paglustay ng pondo ng bayan. For these reasons, Gabriela Women's Party resoundingly votes no to the Maharlika Investment Fund. Maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, may we recognize next Representative Franz Castro of ACT Teachers Party List to explain her vote.
Hereby recognized Kong Castro.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker. Mariin na nirerehistro ng kinatawang ito ang botong no sa House Bill 6608 o ang Maharlika Investment Fund Bill. Maraming red flags ang ipinasang panukalang batas, mabilis na niratsyada ang pagpasa ng Maharlika Investment Fund Bill. Sa katunayan, inaprubahan na sa Committee on Banks and Financial Intermediaries ang Maharlika Wealth Fund Bill bago pa man magsagawa ng briefing with the stakeholders. Take note, briefing lang at hindi consultation. Kung di pa nagkaroon ng malakas na pagtutol ang taong bayan laban sa panukalang batas, ay hindi pa ibubukas ang pagdinig ng panukalang batas na ito sa publiko. Dahil sa inani nitong backlash mula sa publiko, lalo na ang mga manggagawa, pensioners, sinubukang pabanguhin ang panukalang batas. Nagkaroon ng 6 na bersyon ng substitute bill ang panukalang batas, December 1, December 3, December 5, December 11, December 12, at ang pinakahuli, ngayong araw na ito. Kahit nga kaming mga kongresista ay nagtatanungan na kung ano na ba ang bersyon ang tinatalakay ng mga committee. Ngunit sa kabila ng napakaraming mga bersyon at ilang mga ginawang amyenda sa Maharlika Investment Fund Bill, nananatiling punong-puno ito ng mga kontrobersyal na mga probisyon. Una, sa capitalization ng Maharlika Investment Fund, nilalaan ito ng at least 105 billion. Kukunin ang pondo mula sa pondo ng Land Bank, 50 billion, Development Bank of the Philippines, 25 billion, at dividends ng Bangko Sentral na tinatayang 30 to 35 billion. Hindi lang ito nilalagay sa peligro ang dividendo ng BSP na para sana maitaas ang kapital nito mula sa 50 billion patungong 200 billion pesos, as mandated by Republic Act 11211, at magbubunga pa ito ng conflict of interest. Supposedly, ang BSP ay magre-regularisa sa mga bangko at financial intermediaries. Pero ang mga GFIs tulad ng Land Bank of the Philippines ay kabilang sa board members ng MIFC. Dagdag pa rito ay ang mismong dividendo ng BSP ay at stake sa MIFC. Kung sakaling malugi ito, paano masasabing walang conflict of interest sa sitwasyong ito? Dagdag pa rito, ang mandato ng Land Bank at Development Bank of the Philippines ay para tulungan ang mga magsasaka at ang mga MSMEs, hindi ang mga malalaki at dayuhang mga kumpanya. Hindi rin ito tinatanggal ang SSS at GSIS at maaari ring mag-invest sa seed money ng Maharlika Investment Fund. Nakalagay sa panukalang batas, other GFIs and GOCCs may be authorized to contribute to MIF. Narinig na natin ang board ng SSS at GSIS na willing silang isugal ang 125 billion at 50 billion. Hindi malayong gawin pa rin nila ito matapos maipasa ang panukalang batas na ito. Dagdag pa rito, pwedeng maging risk din ang hinuulugang kontribusyon ng iba pa. Sa kasalukuyang bersyon, tinawag na investment fund ang Maharlika Wealth Fund dahil wala tayong wealth at in the first place. Wala tayong surplus. Sa katunayan, ang may provision pang napanukalang batas ay pwedeng gamitin ang royalties, kita ng pagbebenta ng government assets at public borrowings. Sabi ng GSIS at SSS, dapat turuan ng financial literacy ang mga Filipino para daw wag iasa sa GSIS at SSS. Pangalawa, walang independent board sa board of directors. Ang sinasabing 4 na independent board ay pipiliin ng advisory body. Sino ba ang bumubuo ng advisory body? Ito ay mga appointees ng Pangulo. Pangatlo, ang napakaraming exemptions ng MIFC, exempted sa Salary Standardization Law, National and Local Taxes, procurement, existing laws, GOCCs. Paano mapapanatag ang taong bayan kung i-exempt ang MIFC sa mga batas para sa good governance? Dagdag pa rito, buti pa ang Maharlika Investment Fund Corporation, exempted sa buwis pero ang mahihirap, pasan-pasan ang nagsisilakihang buwis. Ang sigaw ng taong bayan, sahod itaas, presyo ibaba, hindi Maharlika Investment Fund.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, may we recognize next Representative Raul Manuel of Kabataan Party List to explain his vote.
Congressman Manuel is recognized.
Salamat, Mr. Speaker. Bumoboto ang representasyon ng mga kabataan ng no sa panukalang itatag ang Maharlika Investment Fund. Ito ay dahil sa paniniwala natin na hindi dapat priority ang pagtatatag na isang sovereign investment fund gamit ang pondo ng bayan kung sa gitna ng krisis pangkabuhayan na hindi pa lubos na natutugunan ng pambansang gobyerno, ay mas nararapat na maglaan tayo ng pondo direkta sa mga patakarang magtitiyak ng pangangailangan ng mamamayan. Batay na rin sa basic na mga financial literacy concepts kapag ang isang pamilya ay lubog pa sa utang, mas mabuti wag na muna sumugal. Hindi lapat sa basic economics at actual experiences ang plano sa pagtatag ng pondo na ito. Nagsalita ang mga ekonomista at ang kanilang mga organisasyon laban sa esensya nitong investment fund na tinatalakay natin. Kahit na dumaan pa ito sa mga amyenda dahil may mga issue pa rin kaugnay ng pagkakabuo ng konsepto nito. Batay sa kasaysayan ng matatagumpay na sovereign investment fund sa ibang bansa, sourced ang kanilang pondo mula sa government surplus at kita mula sa exports. Sa atin, ang nais nating gawin ay isalin ang pera mula sa mga government financial institutions sa ilalim ng mandato dahil sa panukalang batas na ito, na maglaan sila ng pera papunta sa Maharlika Investment Fund. Iniikutan ang nasa charter ng Land Bank, Development Bank of the Philippines, at Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas that investable funds are supposed to be invested depending on the mandate of the financial institution. Nagkukulumpon lang tayo ng pera na dapat ay may ibang paglalaanan. Funds can be placed in programs like major infrastructure projects vulnerable to corruption. Moreover, the fund is also vulnerable to the interests of big private investors who can jump into the fund. Ayaw nating magkaroon ng Money Heist Philippines sa forma ng Maharlika Investment Fund. Hindi mawawala sa ating mga kababayan ang mga tanong, lalo na at sila ang pumapasa ng bigat na economic crisis. Kaya para tiyakin ang pangmatagalang kaunlaran at kinabukasan ng kabataan, hindi sa kaduda-dudang investments at sa Maharlika Investment Fund, umaasa ang kabataan. Dapat magpatupad tayo ng patakaran para isulong ang tunay na reforma sa lupa tungo sa pambansang industrialisasyon upang makatayo sa sariling paa ang ating ekonomiya at makapaglikha tayo ng nakabubuhay na trabaho dito sa bansa para sa mga kabataan. Maraming mga nakahaing panukalang batas para sa pro-people development, pro-people budgeting, and economic relief. Ang mga ito ang mainam na unang tugunan ng pamahalaan. Konkretong programa ang kailangan, hindi ang pagsugal sa kaba ng bayan. Muli, bumoboto ng no ang Kabataan Party List sa Maharlika Investment Fund Bill. Maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Congressman Manuel. Your explanation is duly noted. Mr. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, Deputy Speaker Ralph Recto would like to manifest that his written explanation of his yes vote to the Maharlika bill be inserted into our records.
The Secretary General is hereby directed to note the same and to record it as such. Mr. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we immediately transmit to the Senate the House bills that we have just approved on third reading.
We are in objection. The chair hears none. Motion is approved.
Our distinguished colleagues of the House of Representatives of the 19th Congress, the Honorable Speaker would like to address the body.
Thank you, Majority Leader. Good evening, my dear colleagues and ladies and gentlemen. As we formally held office as member of this august body in July 2022, we all took an oath to serve only the best interest of the country and our people. To that end, we have set a legislative program addressing the most pressing needs and concerns facing our nation today. The full revitalization of the pandemic-ravaged economy and ensuring that whatever economic growth we achieve will truly benefit every Filipino by instituting public policies that would create jobs, provide economic opportunities for all, and to put food on the table of every Filipino family. We have aligned our legislative goals with those of the executive department to make sure that we are all rowing in the same direction, with only the genuine interests of the people in mind, and 5 months hence, several priority measures laid down by His Excellency President Ferdinand Romualdez Marcos Jr. during the State of the Nation address now see the light of day. These measures are calculated to alleviate poverty, sustain economic progress, and harness competencies in the government for the delivery of no less than the highest degree of service to the Filipino people. We could not have done all of this were it not for the cooperation of our House leaders, and much recognition and thanks are due for the Senior Deputy Speaker, former President Gloria Macapagal Arroyo, our Deputy Speaker Isidro T. Ungab, Deputy Speaker Roberto V. Puno, Deputy Speaker Tristan Singson Mihan, Deputy Speaker Camille Villar, Deputy Speaker Democrito C. Mendoza, Deputy Speaker Ralph G. Recto, Deputy Speaker Aurelio Don Gonzalez, Deputy Speaker Vincent Frasco Duque V. Frasco, Majority Leader Manuel Jose Manix Delipe, and of course our Senior Deputy Majority Leader Ferdinand Alexander A. Marcos. Special mention also to the Chairperson Elizalde Esco of the Committee on Appropriations and Senior Vice Chair Stella Luz Equimbo. Chairperson Joey Salcedo of the Committee on Ways and Means, and of course also the Committee on Accounts Chairperson Yeda K. Marie Mendoza Romualdez. With your help, we have ably and swiftly but thoroughly passed a number of substantial of the President's legislative agenda, including the priority measures that we in the House leadership have identified at the beginning of the term. Thank you for sharing this vision of a much better nation and for working extra hard in seeing this aspiration through. We also would like to thank our Minority Leader, Marcelino C. Libanan, for steering the voice of our esteemed colleagues in the minority bloc. Your incisive discernment and understanding, including valuable inputs, truly strengthen our institutional democratic processes that eventually lead to a more encompassing legislation and policy making in the House of Representatives. The distinguished chairpersons of the various House committees, all the esteemed members of this august body, and the hardworking Secretariat employees, thank you for your incessant and worthwhile service to this House and to our people. The numbers speak volumes about the outstanding dynamics of this Congress, which we have all worked hard for. At the State of the Nation address last July 2022, His Excellency President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. has identified 19 priority measures for the 19th Congress to act and deliberate upon. In just about 5 months, we've approved on third and final reading 10 of these measures. In addition, 37 other national bills and 128 local bills were likewise approved on third and final reading. During the first meeting of the Legislative Executive Development Advisory Council, otherwise known as the LEDAC, last October 10, 2022, we've agreed to include all SONA priorities and added 12 more for a total of 31 LEDAC identified priority measures. 2 have been enacted into law, and 17 were approved on third and final reading. And the rest are in their advanced stages of deliberations in the various committees. Worthy of note are the 2 measures enacted by the 19th Congress, which were signed by the President into law. Republic Act number 11934, otherwise known as the Subscriber Identification Module Registration Act, is lauded as a breakthrough legislation, and this law is envisioned as an effective tool to protect the people from spurious, untraceable text messages, spam messages, fraudulent messages, and breach of data privacy. Just about 3 months since we assumed office, with everyone's help, we were able to pass such an important piece of legislation, a step toward addressing the digital threats caused by the unregulated use of the SIM cards. Also, Republic Act number 11935, to reset the December 2022 Barangay and Sangguniang Kabataan Barangay elections, and to ensure that our local leaders are prepared to take on the greater responsibilities in our communities. We also look forward to the immediate passage of several other priority measures listed in our common legislative agenda, which include, among others, 1, the creation of government agencies such as the Virology Institute of the Philippines, and the number 2, the National Disease Prevention Management Authority, number 3, the Medical Reserves Corps, number 4, the Agrarian Reform Debt Condonation, number 5, Public-Private Partnership Act, number 6, the Waste to Energy Bill, number 7, free legal assistance for police and soldiers, number 8, the Apprenticeship Act, number 9, the Magna Carta of the Barangay Health Workers, number 10, the Government Financial Institutions Unified Initiative to Distress Enterprises for Economic Recovery. Amendments to the Philippine Passport Act, 12, the Internet Transaction Act, e-commerce law, 13, the National Citizen Service Training Program, number 14, the Passive Income Financial Intermediaries Act, and 15, the Real Property Valuation. All of these were passed by the House on third and final reading. In a bid to resuscitate our pandemic-battered economy, we not only approved last September 28, 2022, House Bill number 4488, or the proposed General Appropriations Bill, with 289 members voting in the affirmative, but we also exhaustively deliberated on the proposed Maharlika Investment Fund Act, and passed it on third and final reading today, with 279 members voting in its favor.
Public consultations and exhaustive deliberations with agencies, stakeholders at the committee level were made by three committees: the Banks and Financial Intermediaries, Ways and Means, and the Appropriations Committees. Notably, the Committee on Appropriations held one of its longest meetings on a single measure. At the plenary, several interpellators and numerous hours of sessions were devoted for informative debates and manifestations, discussing lengthily the nature, the scope, and the benefits of the proposed measure. This Maharlika bill is our response to the need for a more efficient and steady and reliable growth of the nation's coffers using well-thought-of investment gains that will ultimately redound to the benefit of the Filipino people. This bill, when enacted into law, would help sustain and fast-track the momentum of the Philippine economic growth. In a recent forecast by Moody's Investor Service, the Philippines would post the fastest domestic product growth in the Asia-Pacific region by 2023. Leading economic managers likewise support the creation of the fund that has been tried and tested in both first world nations as well as developing economies. Singapore's state investor Temasek Holdings Pte. Has been its biggest contributor to the national budget since 2018. Indonesia has likewise been a successful model of a sovereign wealth fund, and that was used to fund major infrastructure programs despite the limited financial resources brought about by the pandemic of the COVID-19. Today, the substitute bill, House Bill 6608, entitled An Act Establishing the Maharlika Investment Fund, providing for the management, investment, and use of the proceeds of the fund, and appropriating funds thereon, therefore, is authored by 282 members. Thank you very much for your unwavering trust and support. We view the Maharlika Investment Fund Act as an effective vehicle to execute and sustain high-impact infrastructure projects, urban and rural development, agricultural support, and other programs that would generate more income and economic activity in the country. By gaining financial independence from global economic factors, such as inflation and economic regression, we will build a business climate that will attract more companies in the country, generate jobs, support agricultural modernization, sustain social welfare programs, and achieve economic transformation. Finally, in the spirit of the Yuletide season, let us take pride in the thought that we are part of the privileged few who enjoy the trust and confidence of the Filipino people, whose interests and sovereign will we are constitutionally bound to represent in every piece of legislation that we propose and pass. Let us continue to think of the children, the men, and the women from all walks of life, the elderly, the farmers, the fisher folks, and the marginalized sectors and the businesses, whether big or small, the professionals, the working class, our overseas Filipino workers, all the faceless Filipinos that we are bound to serve and to protect. As we perform our mandate as representatives of the people, may we all be guided by the moving image of their plight and how we can make their lives better. As we conclude the first year of the 19th Congress, may we all embrace the spirit of service, love, and compassion in everything we do as representatives of the Filipino people. Let us continue to pursue our sense of solidarity, collective wisdom, to bring about inclusive growth and sustainable economic progress. Maraming salamat po, maligayang Pasko, at nakakaisang bagong taon sa inyong lahat. Mabuhay ang Kongreso ng Pilipinas. Mabuhay po kayong lahat. Maraming salamat. Mr. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, for in behalf of the majority and relayed to me by the minority, we would like to greet the Honorable Speaker and the staff and Secretariat of the House of Representatives a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Merry Christmas,
Thank you. Merry Christmas
Mr.
to you
Speaker.
all.
Mr. Speaker, I move to adjourn session until January 23, 2023 at 3 p.m.
There's a motion. The chair hears no objection. Said motion is carried. See you next year. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year.
Dito lang tayo. Sabay-sabay na.
Tara, go.
Maganda yung trabaho. Atras.
Mga white lens. Ako yung mga white lens. Sir naman. Ay, sorry po. Ay, mga nagsa-cellphone dyan. Oh. Lugi kami.
Boss, yung iba pwede bang, nakaluhod?
Hello.